Hey everyone, and welcome to another video. Tonight we have 2 hours of stories. I hope you all enjoy them. If you do, please be sure to drop a like rating. It is the best way to support the content. I don't do sponsorships or anything like that. Not that I think there's anything wrong with doing them, I just don't. I get really paranoid. I'm like, what if it turns out to be like a scam or something? So I just don't do them. So the best way to support the content, the only thing that I ask for is a like on the video. However, if you aren't subscribed yet, you should do that. Also turning on post notifications. We are currently on the grind. Do people still say that? I don't know. Do people still say I'm on the grind? Well, if they do, that's what we're doing. I'm posting a lot lately, and I'm having a lot of fun with it. So if you don't want to miss any of these videos, be sure to turn on post notifications. Anyways, sit back, do whatever it is that you do to relax, and as always, I hope you all have a great night. I backpack around the country. Sometimes I catch a ride with the occasional semi-driver, but mostly I walk. Everything I need is strapped to my back, and I live simply. Most of the time, it's a good life. That's not to say there aren't downsides. I've been mugged a couple of times, spent nights shivering myself to sleep, and been chased off by crotchety old farmers, sometimes at gunpoint. Lately I've been drifting through Nebraska and Iowa, where the cornfields stretch on forever. Rustling in the breeze, I take meals where I can, and I'm not above scavenging from the trash. I was digging through one such dumpster when I heard the distant crackle of thunder. The storm had been building all afternoon, the sky bruising at the edges, thick clouds swallowing the last hints of sunlight. When the first droplets hit, cold and sharp, I knew I'd be walking through a downpour soon if I didn't find shelter. I took a back road, no cars passed, just telephone lines, cattle, and fences. That's when I saw it, far across an empty stretch of land, past the buck and pole fences and the swaying thistles. A house, dark and silent, its windows boarded over like lidded eyes. Beyond it, set further back from the road, stood a barn, peeling red paint, roof sagging at one corner, its wide doors slightly ajar. Something about it made me stop. Maybe the way the last of the light caught on the slanted roof. Maybe the way the shadows pooled too thickly around the entrance. I hesitated. The storm was moving in fast. Wind picked up, whipping through the fields, hissing through the stalks of dead grass. I could keep walking, hope to find shelter somewhere else, but I didn't want to stay in the house. I knew that much. The barn seemed like the safer bet. Lightning split the sky, the rain came harder, soaking through my jacket. The fence was easy to slip through, the mud sucking at my boots as I crossed the field. The house loomed as I passed it, its presence heavy, watching. The barn doors creaked as I pushed them open. The smell hit me first. Damp hay, old wood, something else underneath. Something sour. Inside, it was darker than I expected. The rain on the metal roof echoed, hollow and rhythmic, a sound I normally found comforting, but here it felt different, deeper, like it was coming from beneath the floor. I hesitated, scanning the space. Empty stalls, a gutted tractor half buried in the shadows, loose hay scattered across the dirt, no signs of life. I climbed into the loft, keeping my back to the wall as I unrolled my sleeping bag. The storm raged outside, wind howling through the cracks in the barn walls. I fell into a tangled sleep. A sound jolted me awake. Something rattling in the distance back near the house. I crept out of my sleeping bag and climbed down the groaning ladder. I flicked the light on and stepped outside. The hail still peppered me as I crossed the stretch toward the house. Behind it, a set of storm cellars sat against the ground. One of the doors thrashed up and down, caught in the wind. The basement beyond churned my stomach, the stench of decay thick and cloying as it wafted up. One door remained intact while the other hung open, a splintered board jutting from its frame, jagged nails protruding like teeth where they once held it shut. They had secured both doors in place, yet now one gaped open, the barrier broken. A tingle of doubt crept through me as I wondered if the doors had been forced from within, or if the wind had somehow torn them loose. But the damage was too deliberate, too heavy. Something with weight had done this. I liked this place less and less. Being this close to the house made my skin crawl, though I couldn't put my finger on why. Then I heard it, a rattle at the barn doors behind me, where all my belongings were. I turned. One of the red barn doors quivered like a lip, hanging slightly farther open than I had left it. Another trick of the wind, I told myself. But this place, it felt like stepping into the wrong part of a bad neighborhood. The kind with pit bulls chained up in front yards, where furniture sat on the lawn. The kind where a wrong turn could get you mugged. The feeling sank into my gut like teeth. And yet, there wasn't another soul for miles, and I didn't have any other choice. I walked back toward the barn, flashlight in hand. Then I saw them. Footprints, bare feet in the mud, long toenails trailing deep into the earth. The prints led toward the barn. I traced them back with my light. They came from the storm cellar. I needed to grab my things and leave. I pulled the barn door back and shone my light inside. The hinges groaned. The beam of my flashlight cut through the gloom. A woman stood with her back to me. Hail clung to the greasy strands of her gray hair. Her clothes hung loose and ragged, sleeves torn, fabric stiff with old stains. "That you?" Her voice cracked, rasping through a throat that sounded raw. Slowly she turned. Her movements were wrong, too stiff, like she wasn't used to them. Her face was a mask of sunken gray lines. Patches of hair were missing, exposing smooth, pale scalp. The sockets where her eyes had been were hollow and wet. Her thin lips, shriveled and gray like dried sardines, barely pulled back enough to reveal teeth like worn tombstones. She sucked at the air, a wet, rattling whistle. I stood frozen, my heart thundered. My brain refused to process what I was seeing. She took a staggered step forward. Her dress, torn to shreds, slipped from her shoulders. A sagging breast peeked through, hollow where the nipple should have been. The flesh was gnawed as if something had chewed on her. Large teeth marks sank deep into the skin. I backed away, slow, pulse hammering in my throat. She walked with a hitch, her torso lifting too much with each step, one hand clutching her chest like she was holding herself together. My backpedaling led me to the barn doors, and then I felt it. Meaty fingers hooked into my shoulder, cold as marble, stiff but strong. The grip was steady, not yanking, not shoving, just holding me in place, something testing my weight. My breath caught. "If it ain't Ben," she murmured, lips barely forming the words, voice thick with something rotten, something wet. "Then we got a trespasser." The stench rolled over the back of my neck like heat off a carcass left too long in the sun. It clung to my skin, bloated heavy with something rotten. My stomach twisted. Bile crept up my throat. I didn't dare turn my head. She took another step forward, unsteady, shivering like something barely holding together. But I knew what was pressing into my lower back now. 3 dull points, nudging at my spine. A pitchfork, not yet breaking skin, but promising the possibility. "It's me," I blurted, throat tight. "It's Ben." She stopped, listened. The rattling hail filled the space between us, drumming hollow against the barn roof. "Don't sound like Ben." Her jaw hung slack, words thick, like she was rolling them around before spitting them out. The fingers on my shoulder tightened. The pitchfork pressed in a fraction more. I swallowed. "It's me. I'm just under the weather." The lie tumbled out dry, weak. She cocked her head, sniffing the air like she could smell the truth. Those empty sockets, slick and glistening, twitched slightly as if searching for me. Her face was unreadable, but I felt the shift in her posture, the hesitation, the way she leaned in just slightly, considering. The silence stretched too long, my pulse throbbing. The grip on my shoulder didn't loosen. Finally, she exhaled, slow and deliberate. "Let's get inside then." Her voice scraped against the air. Her tongue flicked out, pale, pocked with holes, slick as a worm, tasting the space between us. The hand peeled away from my shoulder, slow and deliberate. The prongs of the pitchfork scraped against the dirt floor, dragging just enough to make my skin crawl. The weight of it lingered, a quiet, unspoken threat. I turned and he was there, a looming figure in a rotting wool coat, the fabric sagging with filth. His frame still carried the ghost of old strength, though his flesh had turned pale, slack, lifeless. His eyes were gone, dark, yawning sockets. Loose skin hung from his neck in ragged strips, peeling like the rind of an overripe orange. His breath wheezed through the moist, ruined tunnel of this trachea. In the dim glow of my flashlight, I caught glimpses of raw, pulpy layers beneath the gaps in his flesh. His hair, like hers, was patchy and thin, matted with filth. A dampness clung to him, something that brought to mind a corpse hauled from the sea, something that had no business moving anymore. They led me toward the house. When she stumbled past me to take the lead, I caught a glimpse of gleaming bone through the raw nest of her scalp. The air thickened with the smell of old death. My fists clenched. My knuckles burned white. Fear had taken root in my stomach, deep, and it was starting to bloom. There was no one for miles, no one to hear me scream. I had no choice, so I followed them into the storm cellar. My feet dragging, my grip tightened around the flashlight. The walls were damp with black mold, sagging in places, water streaking down in thin trails. The lumbering figure thumped down the steps behind me, still gripping the pitchfork. His gaping mouth worked at the air. She hobbled forward. The room was lined with broken down shelves, rusted cans scattered across the floor. A folding table sat in the middle. 4 chairs slid into place around it. Thunder rumbled outside. The man turned and pulled the storm shutters closed, plunging the room into suffocating darkness. My flashlight was still gripped in my palm. It cast stretching shadows across the damp walls. I imagined them down here before I arrived, alone, sitting in the dark. The thought sent a shudder through me. Were they alive? Were they walking corpses? They smelled dead, but they acted alive. "Sit," she murmured. "Please." I hesitated, then slowly lowered myself into one of the chairs. The air was frigid, the kind of cold that settled deep in the bones. Everything in me screamed that I shouldn't be here. The large male stood in the corner, motionless but breathing. She shuffled into the back room, her steps wet against the concrete. Her shoulders arched forward, not from pain, but something deeper, something mechanical, like a body struggling to remember how to move. As she disappeared into the shadows, I turned toward another room across from me. The door was shut. Moving carefully, I rose from my chair, cautious not to make a sound over the shifting groan of the house and the storm beating its fists against the world outside. I crept toward the door, fingers wrapping around the handle. It turned easily. the door pushing open with a reluctant creak. Inside, 2 large dog cages sat against the far wall. Their heavy metal bars rusted but still looked strong enough. Each one was locked with a heavy padlock. In the first, a mummified corpse lay crumpled in on itself, the dried remains of a young man. His clothes hung to his bones, skin pulled tight like old leather. Cobwebs stretched between his fingers, webs caught in the open gape of his jaw. Ben? Their son? I didn't know for sure, but whoever he was actually dead. Unlike them. I sucked in a sharp breath, stomach tightening as I clamped a hand over my mouth. The sound of her footsteps stopped. I held still, the silence stretched, pressing into my ears. Then a shift, a tilt of the head. The man's ear turned slightly, angling toward me like a dog picking up a distant sound. My heart slammed against my ribs. There was a second kennel. Empty. Why? For me? I waited, breath caught in my throat, forcing myself not to move. His head cocked slightly, listening, but then he returned to his stillness. The vacant slits in his head reminded me of something I remembered hearing about. How the eyes are the first thing that carrion insects consume when you die, because of how soft they are. Was that what happened to them? Her feet resumed their slow, wet shuffle in the back room. Moving carefully, I tiptoed back to the chair, lowering myself into it. Hands curled into fists beneath the table. She re-emerged a moment later, glancing in my direction. She carried a tray and set it down in front of me. Rusted cans of beans, corn, radishes, and other fruits and vegetables sat in a row. The metal was dented, lids peeled open, their edges rimmed with dried blood. Deep grooves from human teeth marked the sides of each can. Inside, a black soup sloshed thickly, rancid and rotting. "Come, Harold, sit. It's dinner time." He moved toward the table, dragging the pitchfork beside him. The prongs carved shallow tracks through the damp sludge on the floor. With a deep groan, he dropped into the chair next to me. They ate slowly, deliberately. Fingers dipped into the cans, scooping up the tar-like slop, shoving it between their lips, chewing, sucking, swallowing, wet sounds. Their hollow eyes never left me. A thick dribble of black ichor leaked from the ragged hole in his trachea, soaking into the filth on his overalls. He didn't react. The chewing grew louder, lips smacking, cracked teeth grinding. The sick, organic sounds filled the room, drowning out the storm outside. He was too close. His shoulder brushed mine as he hunched over his meal. She sat to my right, her rotted fingers stirring the sludge in her can. "You gotta eat. Keep your strength up." She nudged a can toward me, pickled yams. The smell hit me instantly. Sweetness turned sour, something squirmed in the black slop. I hesitated, swallowing against the bile rising in my throat. My fingers curled around the rusted can. I took a slow breath and pretended to slurp at it. The smell alone was enough to turn my stomach, but worse was the sight of them, their pale hands working the sludge, their mouths smacking greedily around the rotten pulp of canned fruit and vegetables, the rancid odor of botulism. She leaned in close. "I know you ain't Ben." I could feel my eyes widen with terror. As she spoke, black droplets splattered onto my sleeve. My heart thumped hard against my ribs. Her lips furled into a smile. "I know you saw Ben in there." She motioned toward the other room. "Ben tried to leave, tried to go to that university. But we had work to do here. So much to do on the farm." Something writhed beneath her scalp, just like in the cans. A yellowed maggot fell from her forehead. Wiggling on the table, a bright, searing heat burned in my lungs. I needed to leave, to run. Now. We couldn't let Ben go. We needed him here, with us. She smiled, her mouth a black, oozing void. I watched the maggot writhe in a slow circle. Ben wasn't a survivor, wasn't built tough. He stopped working the fields even after we whipped him. Broke his ankle, let it heal all wrong so he could wander the property without hobbles. Nothing taught the boy discipline, so we locked him up. Harold tossed an empty can over his shoulder, belching. A sickly, rotting sweetness filled my nostrils. She chewed at a gristly piece of something, black ichor, dribbled down her chin. He stopped moving in there, couldn't take it. Weak boy. Even Harold and me outlasted him. She reached for my hand, fingers thin and stringy like piano wires. The flesh was damp, her grip cold and clammy like a wet fish. Her cracked nails scraped against my skin. Harold and me, we tried making more babies. They just kept coming out all wrong. Buried 'em deep in the fields. I sat frozen, my mind clawing for sense, for some kind of reality to latch onto. None of this was right. None of this should have been possible. But her touch, deliberate and real, left no room for doubt. Then you came along, wandering onto our farm. A strong young man. Her grip tightened, fingers locking around my wrist. You could be the son we deserved. Just need to make a few things clear first. A blur of movement. Harold shot up from his seat. Before I could react, the pitchfork slammed down hard on my left hand. The middle barb punched clean through. A gunshot of pain exploded through my body. Ugh! I screamed, falling to my knees. I yanked my right hand free from her grip, her nails tearing at my skin. What the? I roared, grasping wildly at the pitchfork's handle. It had been buried deep. The 3 prongs jutted all the way through the underside of the table, my blood trickling from the tips. Grab the leg irons, Harold. I scrambled to my knees, but she only watched, head tilted, listening, that same sick grin stretching her face. Harold's heavy footsteps thudded across the floor, steady, patient, knowing there was nowhere for me to go. If they got those shackles on me, I'd end up like Ben. I'd end up in that cage. My flashlight lay on the ground, its weak beam the only thing keeping the room from total darkness. The same darkness they moved through like blind, naked moles. I lunged for the pitchfork handle, wrenching at it with my free hand, but it wouldn't budge. He'd driven it too deep. I climbed onto the table, bracing my legs against its edge, and pulled, every muscle straining, my breath coming in ragged gasps. Stop it, or I'll put you in that dog cage right now, she hissed, sensing what I was doing, her ruined fingers twitching against the table. I pulled harder, veins bulging in my arms, jaw locked tight, my whole body on fire, the wound in my hand screaming as I put every ounce of strength into the handle. The door creaked before me. Harold was coming. I heard the clank of manacles swinging in his hand, his body a shadow moving through without urgency, knowing he didn't have to rush. I yanked, pulled, my teeth began to ache. The pitchfork gave away all at once. I staggered back, the table pitching forward beneath my weight, slamming down onto her arm with a grotesque pop, nearly tearing it from the socket. She made no sound, no scream of pain, only the raspy noise of her breathing as she lifted her head and grinned wider, her lips curling back, black ichor glistening along her gums. I hit the floor hard, my knees sinking into the slick, stinking filth, my boots sliding as I struggled to stand. I had seconds, maybe less. If I didn't move now, I wouldn't get another chance. I bolted toward the door, slipping, catching myself, my pulse hammering in my throat. I heard Harold behind me, moving faster now, charging like a bull, the walls shuddering with his weight. I lunged past my flashlight and wrenched open the storm cellar, throwing my body into it just as his hand shot through the gap. There was no sound, just the awful meaty crunch as his hand was crushed between the jagged nails on the board that once held the heavy doors shut. I watched, frozen, as his fingers flexed once, twice, the raw skin peeling apart, flesh splitting open, dragging slowly backward through the rusted nails and back into the storm cellar, tearing deep, splitting apart the hand like a ship grinding over a reef. The ruined digits disappeared into the cellar with a thump. I stood there breathless, chest heaving, rain pounding against the earth outside. God, what were they? Were they even people anymore? I rushed toward the barn, feet pounding through the mud, breath burning in my throat. The storm cellars tore open behind me when I was halfway across. I didn't look back, but I heard the splintering wood, the slap of bare feet in the rain. The earth was a mess of deep puddles now, the hail softening into a relentless downpour, soaking through my clothes as I pushed forward. The barn loomed ahead, red and peeling, the place where all of this began. I turned. Through the dark and the rain I saw them. His massive frame, her hunched, twisted silhouette. They were coming, slow but sure, drawn to the sound of me even over the storm. I had to get my pack. Everything I owned, every piece of my life was in there. Without it, I was as good as dead. Even if it meant risking more, losing more, I had to retrieve it. I reached the barn and yanked the doors shut behind me, but the latch was useless, broken on the floor. No way to keep them out. I climbed into the loft, shoving my gear into my pack as fast as my shaking hands allowed. They were close now. I buried myself in a pile of soiled hay, curled tight, pulling more over me, barely breathing. "Shoulda hobbled you the second I saw you," she muttered from below. The tension coiled tight, a wire stretched to its breaking point. He wouldn't be able to follow me up here. Too big, too heavy. But she could. I heard her hands scrabbling against the rungs of the ladder, her feet clumsy as she climbed. The wood groaned under her weight. Then there was a wet, uneven shuffle. She was on all fours now, crawling across the loft, sifting through the hay. I held my breath. She was inches away, close enough that I could make out the thin, cracked line of her lips, the way they barely covered the dark gums beneath, close enough that the stink of her clung to the air, thick with a sweetness of decay. I heard her tongue move inside her mouth, restless, shifting. Her ruined hand, swollen and trembling, dropped into the straw beside my leg. A strand of spit dangled from her lips. I felt it land on my shirt. I forced my eyes shut, clenched my teeth, willed my body to stay still even as my muscles burned with the need to move. My leg cramped hard, but I swallowed the pain, the panic. She sniffed once. Her fingers curled into the straw. The silence stretched, thick and suffocating. The smell of her filled my mouth, my lungs, the back of my throat. Then she shifted, stilled, decided. And she retreated, crawling back down the ladder without a word. I stayed frozen, barely daring to breathe, listening as they rifled through the stalls below, kicking through piles of garbage and rotted hay. I waited, long after she left, long after I heard his heavy boots drag away. 30 minutes, an hour, maybe more. Only when the rain stopped and the first thin light pushed through the slats of the barn did I move. I slipped down, careful, silent, my wounded hand throbbing deep in my bones. I noticed no birds chirped, no crickets called, no frogs croaked. The land was eerie in its silence, dead in its stillness, cursed, poisoned. For a moment I almost convinced myself none of it had happened, that these things were just illusions, paranoia brought on by exhaustion and old habits clawing at the edge of my mind. But as I crept out of the barn, I saw the soil, trampled by many footprints. Some were mine, most were not. If you're a fellow drifter, if you ever pass an abandoned red barn in the middle of nowhere, keep on walking. I want to start this off with the simple fact that I don't believe in ghosts. At least, I didn't. I'm not sure anymore. Sorry, let me give you a quick background of my situation. Have you ever found yourself making your way into a gas station at the edge of town and turned your gaze towards the sleep-deprived clerk quietly minding his business? Well, you may have met me. I work the overnight shift at my local gas station, sitting between abandoned, dilapidated buildings and a stretch of flourishing forests, the road between being the only connector to these two opposites of life. Now, I'm sure you're probably asking, that sounds pretty sketchy. Why would you work there? I know, because I asked myself the same thing. But the pay isn't bad, and being a broke 20-year-old didn't suit me. The owners aren't bad people, just distant. In my 3 months of working here, I've only spoken to them a handful of times. The interview process felt weird too. All I got was a phone call asking if I wanted the job and I could work the hours. Of course I answered yes. Who wouldn't? And only a few days later I found myself at the front counter with a list of instructions and to-dos. The interior was nothing special, if I'm being honest. Shelves of overpriced candy and canned goods with a set of coolers lining the sidewall. Then there was me, sat up at my desk next to the front door with a squeaky old chair and a cash register that always seemed to want to get stuck every 4 transactions. With all that being said, you would assume that I hate my job, but I don't. It's extremely quiet. I only get a handful of customers a night, and they usually keep to themselves. I grew to think of the insulation as a small perk of the job, but something happened last night that I just need someone else to hear. 1:48 a.m. Leaning back in my chair, I sat making my way through the latest book in my backlog when I heard the familiar ding coming from the front door. Placing my book down, I stood up to face the man who had entered the store. The best way I could describe him was the stereotypical trucker. Boots, blue jeans, Carhartt jacket, and a big beard. Yet he was clean without a single speck of dirt on him. "Evening, sir. What can I do for you?" Giving him my best, "I'm tired, just tell me what you want and leave," greeting I could muster. "Oh, nothing much. Just give me a 20 on the diesel for pump 4. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a $20 bill, handing it to me. As I entered in the information on my keypad, he spoke again. "I'd recommend you stay safe out here. I've heard stories of weird things happening around here. Wouldn't want anything bad to happen." Raising my eyebrow, I glanced over at him to see if he was threatening me, but no. He just stood there waiting for me to give him the okay. "I appreciate the advice, but I've never seen anything out of the ordinary over here. I'd say your sources are feeding you lies." Handing him his receipt, he chuckled as he made his way out of the store, and within a couple minutes he was gone. 2:08 a.m. Another ding resounded in my ears. Placing my book back down, I stood up and identified the new customer. That's when things started taking a weird turn. The same man from a half hour ago stood in front of me. Same boots, same jeans, same jacket, same everything. However, this time his jeans were lined with small patches of dirt. As confused as I was, I decided to leave it alone and just do my job. "Evening, sir. What can I do for you?" Standing in front of my counter, I could feel his eyes digging burrows through me. Luckily, I didn't have to wait long for an answer. "Oh, nothing much. Just give me 20 on the diesel for pump 4. Handing me a $20 bill as he finished. Wanting him out as soon as possible, I quickly entered everything in on my register and handed him his receipt. "I'd recommend you stay safe out here. I've heard stories of weird things happening around here. Wouldn't want anything bad to happen." Having my fair share of this guy's ominous BS, I decided to not encourage this conversation. "Yeah, man, I hear you." With that, he made his way out and tried to return to my book, getting my mind off of this weird customer. 2:38 a.m. Once again, the ring of the front door pulled my attention, and almost as if on cue, he was back. But something was off this time. It looked as though he'd just crawled out of a grave with dirt and residue coating his whole body. And if that wasn't enough, he had thick cuts across his arms and face. However, no blood leaked out of the gashes. Deciding I'd had enough of this charade, I shouted at the man. In hindsight, that probably wasn't the best idea, but can you blame me? "Alright, man, what happened to you? This is your third time here, and it looks like you took a quick detour into the local swamp." Pointing at him in fury or fear, I wasn't quite sure. I looked him dead in the eyes. But that was easily my worst mistake. His eyes were milky, as if someone drowned out the color in them. Retracting my hand, I couldn't help the gulp retreating down my throat. Hell, I wish I could too. As he opened his mouth, his jaw produced a wretched cracking before producing noise. "Oh, nothing much. Just give me 20 on the diesel for pump 4. As if robotic, he reached out and handed me another bill. I could see more cuts and bruises on his fingers. Gingerly, I reached out and snatched the bill from his hand and began to enter it into my register. My heart sank and I felt a frigid chill crawl up my spine as I noticed the small pop-up on the screen. Pump new balance, $40. I began to sweat as my brain turned in my head. Panicking, I jerked my head towards the window facing the lot. To my horror, no truck sat anywhere outside. As I started contemplating on whether I was going insane or just tired, I felt heat building on my wrist. Spinning my head back to the man, I saw him tightly gripping my wrist. However, I couldn't feel the pressure of his grip. The only thing I could feel was a burning sensation that kept growing as he held my wrist. "Ugh, let go of my arm. What the hell do you think you—" My voice lost all power as I met the horror in front of me. The man now held his face only a few inches from mine. As we made eye contact, his face twisted into a horrifying smile producing cracked teeth. "I'd recommend you stay safe out here. I've heard stories of weird things happening around here. Wouldn't want you to join the rest." At this point, I was frozen in fear. My voice left me to fend for myself, as all I could do was stare at this man standing in front of me. It felt as though we stood there for minutes before I finally built up the courage to say something. "You don't say." Giving him my own wary smile, I was finally able to yank my wrist from his grasp, only to be met with charcoal ring with a small crimson symbol sitting in the middle where his hand previously held. Before I could even look back up, he had already turned on his feet, making his way out the store, moving out of my line of sight. Without a moment to think, I collapsed on the chair. My breathing felt haggard, as I tried to steady myself from what the hell I just experienced. After a moment, I checked my phone for the time. It read 2:40. 2 minutes? I screamed in my head. How the hell could it have been just 2 minutes? Lowering my head, I just decided to surrender myself to this weirdness and tried to brush it into my mind to finish my shift. But I wasn't so lucky. 3:08 a.m. I was in the back room looking for some stock to put out as the ding rang from out the front. Flinching, I couldn't help but think back to that man. Was he back? Sighing as I accepted my fate, I walked out to the front. What awaited me, however, wasn't what I expected. I'm still not sure what it was either. It looked like a tall man around 6'5". He was dressed in a long black trench coat with a hood thrown over his head. I tried to look into his face, but all I was met with was a deep, dark abyss. It felt as if I was looking at nothing at all. Whatever it was, it quickly made its way to my register and placed a thin white strip of paper on the counter before leaving as quickly as it had arrived. However weary I was of the contents of this note, I couldn't help the curiosity spouting in my brain. So I opened it. The note contained only 2 words written in a soft, thin cursive. You passed. Passed? Passed what? Staring down at the paper, I didn't understand what it meant. Did I pass some type of challenge? Maybe a game? I honestly didn't know. That's when the familiar ding of the door gave me a slight heart attack. Landon, how's it going, bro? It was Tyler. My best friend, who I just about wanted to strangle to death for the scare he just gave me. After calming down, I explained what just happened, and I could tell he didn't believe me. Okay, man, how about I stay with you for the rest of your shift so you don't see any more spooky ghosts? Laughing as he finished, I took him up on the offer, and the night flew by without anything else happening. When the opener finally came in, I quickly gathered my stuff before making my way towards the door. However, he stopped me before I made it out. Oh yeah, be careful on your way home. Apparently some dude crashed into a ditch last night. You never know what kind of people are on the road. I went pale, slowly turning back towards him, and cleared my throat. You wouldn't know what kind of car the guy was driving, would you? Seconds passed like minutes as I could see him thinking. Yeah, I think they were saying a big pickup truck or something like that. I could feel sweat fall down my face after hearing that. Nodding, I made my way to my car and rushed home. I've been home ever since, still trying to wrap my head around everything that occurred last night. Even while writing this, the burn mark is still sat on my wrist, reminding me of what happened. As I have been dwelling on everything, that mark reminds me more and more like some type of branding. Nonetheless, I have work again tonight, and after all that, I'm not game to just sit idly by and just wait for whatever's going on at the gas station to come and get me. I'm gonna go in a little early tonight and ask the guy who's closing if he's ever seen anything out of the ordinary. I'm hoping he may have some insight for me. If you have any idea of what might be happening, please let me know. I'll hopefully come back and be able to give closure to this whole ordeal. However, if I don't, assume the worst. When I was a kid, our family had a British short-hair named Charlie. He was mean to everyone but me. He was basically my cat. He used to roam around outdoors, but one day he never came back. I cried for days and went out looking for Charlie with my dad, but we never found him. I'm 27 now, and I've been living with my boyfriend for 3 years. When we first moved in, we had a cat in our neighborhood who used to sniff around the bins. We took to calling him Trash Cat, before just calling him Trashy. One time, a few kids walking to school kicked rocks at Trashy. One hit him right in the face. Trashy was tough. Stray cat, so he just ran at the teenagers and scratched one of the boys. The boy took his backpack off and started swinging. That's when I stepped in. I shouted at the kids like a grouchy old man. Trashy had run away during this. That's one thing we learnt about him. He was very skittish when it came to noises. One morning, Trashy was watching me from the front gate. I was leaving for work, so I knelt down to give him a pat, and he rolled onto his side. The next day, he was on our doorstep, so my boyfriend got the idea to leave a bowl of dry food and water for him. Trashy would eat and drink there every day. At some point, he just appeared inside our house, but we didn't make him leave. We loved him already. Trashy continued to roam outside. He would always be an outdoor cat at heart. He would sometimes leave for multiple days, and I would be distraught. "He'll come back," my boyfriend, Jason, reassured me. "If not for us, for the food." I got used to it. I would open the door to leave for work, and Trashy would be sitting there patiently. We eventually got a dog door for him to come and go as he pleases. One day we woke up to find patches of water around the house, and Trashy was soaking wet. He shivered, and we got a towel to dry him, but he wouldn't let us go near. "Did it rain last night?" I asked Jason. "No, the Bronsons have a pool. Maybe he got in." I was scared Trashy might drown. I'd never seen him swim before, so we got rid of the dog door, thinking that would solve our problems. But we kept finding him wet and leaving puddles around the house. Every morning Trashy would dash outside and only return when he was hungry. Eventually we stopped letting him out altogether, which only made him more anxious. We would find him wet, shivering, and cold, hiding on the second floor of our house. "We'll set up a GoPro," Jason suggested. We bought the cheapest GoPro we could find and attached it to Trashy's collar. At night, we turned it on, and the recordings were saved directly to my PC. After a few uneventful nights, we watched the footage. Trashy simply roamed around the house, jumped onto the kitchen benchtop, which he wasn't allowed to do, or slept. I started to feel relieved. Maybe it was just a temporary phase. However, one night I awoke to Trashy yowling and the sound of splashing water. My boyfriend was at his apartment that night, and though I was afraid to go downstairs alone, I couldn't let Trashy get hurt. I ran downstairs, flicking on every light, and searched every room but couldn't find him. The yowling and splashing suddenly stopped. Then I heard something running upstairs. I held my breath and approached the staircase, calling softly, "Trashy." Trashy poked his head around the corner. He was drenched again, and so was the camera. I logged onto my computer and found the latest recording. Before the camera had died, it was disorientating to watch the world from a cat's perspective. The house looked completely different, and I had trouble following where he was. While I was skipping through the video, I came across a scene that didn't make sense. Trashy was in a dark room with a blue light and swimming in some kind of water. I dragged the recording back 2 minutes and hit play. Trashy approached the grandfather clock that came with the house. I thought he was going to walk right past it, but instead he slipped through a paper-thin gap. Behind the clock was a hole in the wall that led to a thin staircase. Trashy trotted down and stopped at the last step. There was a small square room flooded with water. Trashy was staring at the surface. All of a sudden there was splashing and Trashy fell in the water, yowling. He managed to climb out and ran halfway up the stairs before turning back and staring at the water for a long time, before running up to the second floor where I found him. I called Jason and had him come over immediately. "Does that mean you could advertise it as a 3-bedroom house?" he asked. I'm not in the mood for jokes. Together we slid the grandfather clock to the side. There were already scratch marks on the hardwood floor. The hole, funnily enough, was about the size of a dog door. "There's no way I'd fit inside," Jason said. "I might." We didn't test that theory. Since Trashy could slip through the gap, we boarded up the hole with a large wood chopping board and a 3-liter jug of water. It was more weight than Trashy could nudge out of the way. Jason slept with me that night. We had Trashy in the room with us and the door closed. Later during the night, I woke up to use the ensuite bathroom and found my bedroom door wide open. "Jason, get up," I whispered. Jason groggily rolled over. "What is it, babe?" "The door," I replied. We sat in bed, both confused since neither of us had opened it. Suddenly we heard splashing and Trashy yowling louder than ever before. "Come on," I urged Jason. We rushed downstairs to the living room. The bucket had been pushed over, spilling water on the floor. In that moment, all I cared about was saving Trashy. "Trashy?" I called, but the splashing continued. I lay on the floor and carefully slipped one arm through the hole, shuffling my body until I was inside. The hole opened up to a narrow stone staircase. I crept down, guided only by touch, until I reached the final step. Before me was the square room, with a flashing blue emergency light and filled with water. I couldn't tell how deep it was, but I could hear the splashing. "Trashy, come here," I called again. Trashy cried. In the dim, pulsating light, I could make out Trashy's frail silhouette as he desperately flailed his front paws. But he didn't move. He was stuck on something. I dropped into the water and swam towards him. The water was a swirling mix of black and blue. My heart hammered in my ears as I thrashed about. I reached out and closed my trembling hand around Trashy's soaked fur. Then I felt it, a sudden tug. I reached behind to remove what Trashy was caught on, and it grabbed me. A cold, bony hand. I tore my hand back and grabbed Trashy, kicking my legs wildly. I swam back to the stairs, screaming for Jason. "Babe, what's happening? Babe!" Jason shouted. "There's something in here," I yelled. I managed to get out of the water. Trashy, agitated and scratching me, broke free from my grip and slipped back out through the hole. I crawled after him. "Pull me through." I emerged, and together we moved the grandfather clock back in front of the hole. 20 minutes later, the police arrived. They borrowed a hammer from our toolbox and bashed in the wall until it was large enough for one officer, Matthews, to duck through. He went inside and came back out. "It looks like you've got a little flooding, but the room's empty. Are you sure this is the only way out?" he asked. "What are you on about? It's as deep as a swimming pool," I argued. Matthews just shrugged. "It's dark and you were scared. You were probably imagining things." Later, I organized for contractors to come out. They drained the water and sealed the wall off. We haven't had any more incidents with Trashy since, but on some nights, I can still hear water splashing. I thought more and more about what Matthews had asked me. Are you sure this is the only way out? It all started terribly. My phone displayed Donna, my best friend's name, for the 4th time. Crap, crap, I cursed under my breath, frantically searching through my closet. Of course, I couldn't find anything decent to wear. She's gonna kill me for sure. After 5 minutes of relentless digging, I grabbed some clothes and changed quickly. Guess what? I wore the shirt inside out at first. Lovely. Murphy's Law had been in action since the morning began. I woke up late despite being a light sleeper. The phone charger wasn't plugged in. I didn't prepare anything beforehand for the stay over at Donna's house. You know the drill. I was supposed to be there at 4 p.m., but now it was almost past 5. The fact that she lived quite far didn't help either. Taking a deep breath, I started stuffing the duffel bag with whatever I could get my hands on. When my phone started ringing again, I put it on speaker. "You coming on a plane or something?" Donna's exasperated tone boomed. "I'm sorry. Have you even got out?" "Yeah, well," she sighed. "The weather's getting bad. Just come fast, will ya?" By the time I left, dark clouds were already rolling in, bringing occasional cold gusts of air. I hurriedly called a taxi and jumped in, praying for the rain to come pouring down after I reached. I texted Donna that I was on my way. I got a thumbs up as a response, a sign that she was super mad. I reclined on the seat staring at the window. Thankfully, there wasn't much traffic, allowing me to reach within 45 minutes. Just as I entered her apartment gate, I heard the pitter-patter of rain. A lucky moment indeed. Donna lived on the 7th floor of a residential apartment building. There was only 1 week left until our semester break was over. We did plan to have a sleepover before, but it never came to fruition. Finally, we agreed on a date after much discussion. I pressed the elevator button. I didn't quite enjoy riding elevators. That claustrophobic sensation, the gentle humming, the slight jerk that you sometimes felt in the pit of your stomach. Oh, the electricity, too. Nevertheless, my lazy butt would rather stand for an hour, but not climb up the stairs. The machine reached the ground floor with a cheery ding. I went in. Suddenly feeling a bit nervous, the 7th floor button lit up, and with a quick thump, the elevator began to ascend. The interior had mirrored walls with a green carpeted floor. The lack of handrails made it a bit risky, though. I fixed my hair and waited for the door to open. Instead of stopping at the designated floor, it kept going up. The hell? The display flashed level 9. The apartment only had 8 floors. I frantically pressed the emergency button to no avail. My phone showed no signal at all. My brain couldn't register what was happening. How was this even possible? With shaking hands, I tried to call Donna, despite knowing it wouldn't work. Texts were not being sent either. Beads of sweat crept down my forehead. The elevator speed increased, making a whoosh sound. Everything started to spin. I leaned on the wall and put my hand on it with as much pressure as I could. It felt as though the walls were closing in on me. Hot tears rolled down my face. I noticed that my breath was fogging up. When did it get so chilly? The screen now flashed 50 in ominous, bold red numbers. The lights flickered slightly, threatening to go out at any second. I sat on the floor whimpering, and then it stopped. It occurred with such force that I almost crashed into the door. The elevator stood extremely still, the mechanical whirring being replaced by eerie silence. I was scared to make any sound. I placed my hand on the cold steel, sending shivers down my spine. The door moved. I squealed, backing away from the door. I slowly stood up and stared at the darkness ahead of me. Absolute pitch black. The light in the elevator didn't help much in illuminating the outside. My whole body trembled like a leaf. Should I even step out? God knew what was waiting in the inky blackness. I contemplated turning on the flashlight, but didn't for now. Wiping my face, I took a deep breath and stepped forward carefully. Don't blame me. What else could I have done? The floor underneath my shoes felt rock solid, and weirdly enough, my feet could sense the coldness through the rubber sole. The silence was so overwhelming that I could hear blood rushing through my veins. With sweaty palms, I turned up my phone's brightness and held it up. The place looked like a garage, empty and derelict. The peeling yellow walls were covered with stains that oddly resembled dried blood. I sure as hell hoped that wasn't the case. Strange red markings covered the entirety of the concrete floor, something of a madman's gibberish doodles. The longer I walked, the more the darkness hung like a cloak around me. Why was this thing not end? A sound. Low growling. I froze. It came from a corner, exactly where my phone's light was shining. It was a human. Well, not quite human. It was crouched on all fours, shaking back and forth like a pendulum. Blue, thin veins crisscrossed its hands, pulsating. Long, matted hair covered its face. The skin was so white it was almost glowing. Bones were poking out from all angles. I instinctively yelped, almost dropping my phone. That thing raised its head in a flash, gazing at me with opal black eyes. It smiled. It smiled. Too many rows of sharp teeth, no nose. It convulsed violently, producing a loud screeching noise. I noped out of there and started sprinting. The faint outline of the elevator seemed thousands of miles away, now radiating a crimson aura. I could hear that thing running just behind me, accompanied by a metallic wet sound, its hot breath tickling my ankles. I didn't want to imagine what would happen to me if it caught me. Suddenly I heard a ding. The elevator doors made a slight movement. My legs felt like lead, waiting to collapse at any moment. The air tasted sour in my mouth. Every cell in my body screamed to get away from that thing. 3. It let out a wail, its hand almost touching my leg. 2. The doors began to close. 1. Through the tiny gap, I shot inside like a bullet. Just before they closed, I saw the thing jump a foot above the ground, ready to pounce. Bang! Its body slammed against the metal, shaking the whole elevator. I sat down, hyperventilating, gasping for air like a fish out of water. The dim lights became brighter. The numbers returned to normal. I clutched my duffel bag tightly. Through my blurry vision, I looked at the time on my phone. 6:05 p.m. The exact time I got inside. I was descending. It stopped on the 7th floor. The relief that passed through my body when Donna's door showed up was otherworldly. I came out as fast as I could, not caring how hideous I probably looked. Safe to say, I don't ride elevators anymore. So, I am about 3 months postpartum, and I was wondering if any fellow moms have been experiencing this weird, what I can only guess, postpartum symptom. I'm hesitant to ask anyone I know for fear of them thinking I might be crazy, but I am desperate for answers because I feel like I'm losing my mind. Anytime my baby cries or I lose my patience with my husband, I see this thing just out of the corner of my eye. I'm not even sure how to describe it. It's almost like if a spider was a person, all lanky arms and long, skinny legs with gray paper-thin skin, and sunken black eyes hugging the walls as though it were growing out of them. I've only seen brief glimpses of it in those moments. Seen it disappearing around corners or sinking behind door frames. Once or twice I swore I saw it scuttling into a dark, shadowy spot on the ceiling. Just little things that I could write off as the sleep-deprived effects of a horror movie lover's mind. Until yesterday. Yesterday I was changing the baby after a nap, and he would not stop crying. His high-pitched wails piercing my ears like needles being shoved directly into my cochlea. Tears pricked my eyes as I zipped up his onesie, praying to whatever god there may be that he would calm down long enough for me to regain my sanity. Click, click, click. I paused my oncoming breakdown, the clicking taking me out of the crushing sense of defeat for a moment. Click, click, click. My eyebrows furrowed upon hearing it again. Slowly I turned my head in the direction of the sound, and there it was. At the edge of my sight, peering around the doorframe, was an emaciated figure shrouded in shadows. I froze, not wanting to look directly at it, for fear it would attack me or my son if it knew I could see it. My heart was racing. My son's cries were now muffled, background noise to the sound of that thing's horrible crackling joints. I could feel myself beginning to tremble, the tears from before now freely spilling down my cheeks, slowly. I pulled my son closer to me, now only small squeaks and soft mms escaping him as he nuzzled into my chest, unaware of the horror that loomed just a few feet away. Hey babe, do you remember where we put the extra bottles? The rest aren't finished being sanitized yet. The sound of my husband's voice startled me out of my fear-frozen state, and I snapped my eyes shut for a moment, and in that moment, the thing had vanished. No clicks, no footsteps, not even the sound of a parting breath. Shocked, I looked around frantically. hoping that the thing hadn't scurried away to some other part of the room and wasn't lying in wait to try and ambush my baby and I once I moved. Nothing. I heard my husband coming up the stairs and tried to collect myself before he could see how frazzled I was. "Elena, you up here?" His sturdy frame entered the doorway, his dark brows furrowed in innocent confusion that melted into concern as his eyes fell on me. "Are you okay?" I stared back at him, wide-eyed and teary. From my spot by the changing table, for some reason I felt like I couldn't tell him. I was sure he'd think I was crazy, and maybe I am. Yeah, I just had some healing pain in my stomach, and Gabriel wouldn't stop crying, and I just got so overwhelmed, and his strong arms took me in, hugging me gently. Our son enveloped between his parents, warm and safe. This should have eased me. This should have taken all my fears away. This should have set everything right, but I could hear it again. Click, click, click. Please, for the love of God, tell me some of you other freshly postpartum moms have experienced something like this. Please tell me I'm not crazy. Please tell me that me and my family are safe. Please. I don't even know where to start with this one. I just remembered this encounter the other night and I had to post it. It was a few years ago. I was working at a grocery store. I worked there with my friends Josh and his girlfriend Trinity. We would try to plan things on our days off together so we could hang out. I should have ignored the text. If I had, none of this would have happened. It was 2 days before my day off, and I remember waking up to the buzz of my phone vibrating against my nightstand. I squinted at the screen, still half asleep. Josh, you off Thursday? Me. Yeah, why? Josh, don't make any plans. Me and Trinity have a surprise. That was it. No context, no details. Just a cryptic message that immediately had me curious. I should have known better. Josh was always dragging me into his weird stuff. Urban exploring, sneaking into places we weren't supposed to be. Testing out all those haunted legends people whispered about. Half the time it was just abandoned buildings and graffiti-covered tunnels. Nothing ever really happened, but to be honest, I loved it all. But something about that message stuck with me. Maybe it was the way he worded it. A surprise. Like it was something special. I texted back asking what he was talking about, but all I got was, "Just trust me, pick you up at 7. I should have said no. I should have told him I had plans, even if it was a lie. Because now, after what happened, I keep thinking, Josh didn't find that place. It found us. I had decided to vlog the day for YouTube. We went to Sevierville, grabbed food, and then as the sun sunk behind the mountains, we headed to the old house on Sulphur Springs Road. You might have heard of it. The one everyone says is cursed, the one with all the stories about people going missing. Apparently it was a small makeshift hospital during the tuberculosis outbreaks in 1954. I've heard about it for years, but I never actually thought any of the paranormal stuff was real. But it is. It's real, and now I wish we'd never gone there. The house sits deep in the woods, way off the main road. It's huge, way bigger than I expected, like some kind of decaying mansion swallowed up by the forest. 3 stories tall, dark and rotting, with thick ivy creeping up the sides like the earth was trying to pull it back to hell. The windows were shattered, gaping like black mouths. The front porch sagged like it was on the verge of collapse, and the whole place smelled like damp wood, rust, and something rotting. Josh was the one who pushed the door open. It barely took any force. The hinges let out this awful screech like the house itself was screaming. Inside, the air felt sinful, thick, heavy, It was cold, but not in a normal way. More like the cold was inside you. There was furniture left behind, but it was unsuitable. A rocking chair in the corner, rocking on its own, just like in the movies. Clearly the gust of wind from the door opening was the cause. But that didn't make it any less creepy. A long dining table with plates still sitting there, covered in dust, like whoever lived here left in the middle of a meal and never came back. But the worst part? The portraits. Lining the hallway were these old, cracked paintings. Portraits of people whose eyes followed you no matter where you stood. Their faces were faded, but I could still make them out. One of them was a woman in a white dress. We didn't stay long. Trinity was freaked out from the second we walked in. "We shouldn't be here," she kept saying, rubbing her arms like she was freezing. Even Josh wasn't cracking jokes anymore. So we left. But as soon as we stepped outside, I felt it. That pressure that grows on the back of your neck. The one everyone knows but tries to ignore, like we were being watched. I turned back to scan the house one more time, and that's when I saw her. She was standing in the upstairs window, looking down at us. She was wearing a white Victorian-style dress, yellowed with age. The lace was ripped, the fabric hanging off her like it had once been elegant, but now it was something tattered. Her hair was long, gray, tangled. It framed her face in limp strands, her skin pale, almost cracked. Her lips were bleeding and split open. At first I thought they had been stitched shut, and the bleeding was from the threads being ripped out. But then she smiled, and I saw her teeth. Too many of them. Rows of them. Her mouth stretched wider than it should have, like her jaw could unhinge, like she could swallow something whole. I grabbed Josh's arm, my chest tight with panic. "Do you see her?" Trinity was the first to react. She screamed, grabbing onto Josh like she was about to collapse. Her nails dug into his arm, and that's when the woman moved. She tilted her head, her smile growing, and then she raised a hand. She waved at us. She waved, but it wasn't a normal wave. It was slow, unnatural, like her bones barely worked, like she was inviting us back inside. She almost floated away from the window, then in the direction of the stars leading down to the front door. That's when we ran. We tore through the trees, branches slapping at our faces, our feet stumbling over roots. I could feel her watching us, like her eyes were digging into my back. Then Trinity fell. Josh and I stopped and turned around to help her up, and we looked back up towards the house to see if the woman was following us. The house was gone. The clearing was still there, the trees still bent like something used to be there, but the house itself, it just wasn't. Then Josh's car alarm went off. All the doors were open. We didn't even shut the doors, we just jumped in and floored it, tires skidding against the dirt. Josh didn't stop driving until we were miles away. Trinity wouldn't stop crying. I wouldn't stop shaking. Josh and Trinity won't talk about it. Did we all have a shared hallucination? Maybe some sort of delusional moment. Some sort of echo from the past from all the despair from the house. I know what we saw. I know the terror we felt. But the worst part? When I got home, when I finally made it to my room, I saw something. A piece of fabric. A shred of white lace sitting in the middle of my floor. I don't know how, but I think she followed me home. It was during the spring break of my second year at college that I got a phone call from my Uncle Andrew, asking me if I'd be willing to spend a few days over at his house. My grandfather had been sick for a long, tough while, and it had apparently gotten to the stage that the primary focus now was less to treat him, and more so to just make him as comfortable as possible for the time he had left. I can't say I envied anyone in the situation, Grandpa who'd be getting ready to face eternity in a house that wasn't his, with no company but a son who he barely spoke to these days. And Andrew, whose girlfriend died giving birth to their daughter 7 months ago, and was now tasked with taking care of a dying man on top of that. I'd like to act as if I was making a saintly decision to come over and offer a helping hand out of love for my family, but the truth was that it had been quite some time since I'd spoken to Andrew last, and it had been forever since I'd spoken to my paternal grandfather. No, I went because I was lonely, unbearably so. I don't have any friends to speak of at college, and ever since my mother passed away about a year ago, I'd had no one to talk to at all. I made the decision to help Andrew out of the desperation for proper social interaction. Not like there'd be much to it anyway. All I really imagined I'd be doing is keeping the baby out of his hair when he was too busy and getting Grandpa anything he needed. Andrew's house was out in the sticks, at least 40 minutes away from the nearest town. My family are mostly dotted around a generally quite rural county, so there wasn't much in the area but barren roads and the odd building or two. As for the house itself, there wasn't really much to say about it from the front yard. Just another isolated double story that someone called home. I rang the doorbell, and after a few moments Andrew greeted me. He seemed more or less the same as the last time I'd seen him in the flesh. "Ah, Nick, how are you doing? Thanks so much again for coming." He smiled, his voice nothing if not welcoming. "Nah, not like I had much going on anyway," I replied, to which he chuckled. "Come on in. Throw your jacket on the hanger there. You want some coffee?" "Sure," I said. "Yeah, all right. Have a seat over in the living room. First door to your left." I took his invitation and made my way over. Now that I was fully inside, I could see that there was more to Andrew's house than meets the eye at first. It smelled like old books and something faintly musty, the scent of time that slowly claimed everything. The entryway was wide and dimly lit, with heavy curtains blocking out the daylight. There was a quiet rhythm to the house, the creaking of wood beneath our feet, the soft shuffle of Andrew's footsteps echoing through long corridors. It had the basic interior of a house, a lot older than you'd think it was from outside, with aged patterns across the wallpaper and somewhat ornate type of miniature chandelier suspended from the ceiling. Clashing with these design decisions was the more minimalist furniture and art pieces hanging from the walls. It seemed like someone had taken these measures in order to give the inside of the building a more modern feel, but really, it was a band-aid on a bullet hole. I looked around after reaching my destination. The living room appeared comfortable enough, with an ever so slightly peeling couch, a worn rug, and shelves of books that didn't seem to have been touched in years. It was the kind of place that felt frozen in time, a bit musty but lived in, as though the walls had absorbed the memories of countless years of family life. A minute or so later, Andrew entered with 2 mugs. I sipped mine slowly as we exchanged some admittedly uncomfortable small talk. "God, you look so grown up. It's been, what, 2 years?" It had been at least 5. This continued for a while until we got to the tasks that'd be at hand for the next number of days. "I'll be picking him up from the hospice tomorrow after work. I'll probably be close to 7 before we'll get back. Chloe's upstairs having her nap right now, so I'm gonna go and get started on making dinner. In the meantime, you go ahead and make yourself comfortable. There are 2 free rooms upstairs. You can take your pick." He rose and clapped me on the shoulders before heading over to the kitchen. "I really do appreciate it, Nick. It's been rough having to pay for babysitters." After going upstairs, I passed what must have been Andrew's room on the way down the hallway. Another chamber masquerading as belonging to a home far younger than was the reality, with a double bed and a child's cot next to it. The baby sleeping soundly inside. I had a mountain of college assignments to get cracking on. So I'd brought my laptop and sociology textbook in my travel bag. That's how I spent the majority of the evening, taking an hour's break for dinner. We had another fairly awkward conversation about what I'd been getting up to in college. Spoilers, nothing. From my seat at the dining room table, I was able to look out the window at a filth-coated golden retriever pottering around the yard outside. I hadn't noticed it before. I was surprised that Andrew was able to manage a dog on top of his life as a single father. As I tried to focus on my pork chops, something else caught my eye. There was a door in the corner of the room that I hadn't noticed before. A small door, almost entirely hidden behind another old bookshelf. I couldn't see much of it, but there was something about the door that captured my attention, something in the way the wood seemed to shimmer in the dim light, as though it wasn't quite real. "Is that a closet?" I asked, pointing. Andrew looked over his shoulder and then shook his head quickly. "Oh, that? No, just a small little space in the structure I haven't really found a use for yet." He smiled, but it was tight, forced. I was going to ask him more before the dog outside started barking loudly. "God, what's his problem?" Andrew sighed, exasperated. "Hey, you never mentioned you had a dog. Seems like an awful lot of work for you," I commented. "Nah, he's not mine. Just some stray that's been finding the yard lately for whatever reason." The conversation petered off after that, but I remember thinking that, if that was the case, it was odd that the dog had a collar. I called it a night maybe 2 hours later, but I had a hard time sleeping because the dog continued to bark periodically until all hours of the morning. In the morning, Andrew was already gone to work when I awoke, but he left instructions on the kitchen counter for taking care of Chloe. I'd babysitted before as a teenager, so I could manage things fine, but it never really gets any more enjoyable changing a diaper. Other than that, there's not much to say about the day other than I'd tried checking out the door behind the bookshelf out of curiosity and boredom, but I'd found it locked. I didn't really care though, since it sounded like it was nothing more than just a small crawl space or something. When Andrew arrived home, wheeling Grandpa with him, I could see for myself just how sick he must have been. He had stage 3 skin cancer, and had by now spread through a terrible amount of the tissue in his torso. Andrew would tell me later on that night that he had 2 weeks left, tops. The man looked like a skeleton, his complexion beyond wrinkled and pale, his head like a skull with its eyeballs left intact, along with a few pointlessly added tufts of snow-white hair. His skin was hanging off of his body so loosely, as if the space between had been repeatedly filled with air and then deflated. I'd been hoping I could at least have some sort of conversation with him, since I'd seen him even less in my life than Andrew, but he could barely work a sentence together, mostly just murmuring, grunting, and pointing at things to communicate. The evening ended up being even more uncomfortable than the last, so I spent even more time with the company of my schoolwork, figuring Grandpa would probably prefer to be with his son anyway, especially seeing that, as far as I knew, they barely ever saw each other either. I ended up just going to bed early. Grandpa in the room next door, but of course I was kept up for ages by that stupid dog again. I ended up spending, I think, another week at Andrew's, and I'm not going to recount every day from here on, since it ultimately doesn't really matter much to where I am now. Andrew had to keep going to work, of course, so it fell to me to keep watch of Chloe and help Grandpa take his medicine. The only words that he could consistently get out, or perhaps the only ones he cared to, were his frequent complaints about the various pains in his body. My skin, the muscles, the flesh. I'd heard before, not from my father, but from my mother, about how Grandpa didn't treat him and Andrew very well. He was a Vietnam vet, and the war came home with him, rearing its head in the form of a bottle and the abuse that resulted from it. Even in spite of that, I couldn't help but pity the pain he must have been experiencing for the last few months of his life. All I could do is keep encouraging him to choke down his pills. During the second night with Grandpa in the house, I was woken up yet again by the incessant barking of the dog outside. After the dog had seemingly knocked it off to annoy someone else, I was quickly drifting back to sleep, until I heard Grandpa mumbling something next door. I'd gotten accustomed to his mostly nonsensical mutterings throughout the day, and the house had thin walls, so I didn't think too much of it until I heard another voice speaking back to him. Andrew's voice, whispering, just audible. "No, I've told you already. It's not happening, so get it out of your head." "You know you have to," came Grandpa's slow response. His voice was like the creaking of an old floorboard, but he sounded far more lucid than I'd ever heard him before. I don't remember their conversation continuing beyond that point. I heard the door open softly, then shut again, and I didn't have enough energy to ponder what I'd heard for long before I fell back asleep. The next day, I decided to find out from Andrew about it in private. "Hey, so sorry if I'm being too nosy here, but I heard you and Grandpa talking about something last night. It sounded like you were arguing," I asked. He sighed deeply. "Look, you've probably realized by now that this house is a lot older than you might have expected. Truth is, it belonged to him. Your father and I grew up here. He's just, well, he's not happy with how I've been running things here, that's all. You know how older guys are really particular about that sort of thing." He looked conflicted about what he'd said, and the silence between us was deafening. "Come on, I just managed to get Chloe asleep 5 minutes ago. Let's get to bed for tonight." I can't say I was entirely satisfied with that answer, but I could sense Andrew didn't wish to discuss the matter any further, so I obliged him. On the bright side, there was no barking from the dog that night, or any of the following nights for that matter, so I slept well, at the very least. I don't have anything to say about the day after that. Other than that, the uncomfortable atmosphere in the house was only getting worse. Grandpa spent all his time alone in his room, just sitting in his wheelchair in the corner, mumbling nonsense to himself. Andrew and I delivering his meals to him, giving him his pills and sharing some unspoken weight about it all between us. That night, I was woken up by another argument in Grandpa's room. Grandpa's voice was no louder, no more commanding, but I could sense an undeniable rage in it. "You're a fool. You always were. I know what you did last night. You think that's enough? It has to be me. You don't deserve it. You treated us like dirt. It doesn't matter if I deserve it. It has to be me, and it has to be tomorrow." I didn't fall back asleep quickly after that. Actually, I don't think I got any sleep that night. I didn't know what any of it meant, but Grandpa's words scared me. The following day, Grandpa's door was locked from the inside. Andrew also stayed home from work, and he looked terrible. I knew I had to ask him what happened last night, but I decided to give some space until the evening. I barely saw him all day. To be honest, the only perception I had of him was the tired cooing to Chloe every now and then, the unlocking and relocking of Grandpa's door as he took pills every 3 hours, and a dinner we shared in silence. In the end, it was he who came to me. "You heard us last night, didn't you?" I nodded. "Yeah, I guess you deserve to know at least this much. I don't imagine your parents ever told you before they were gone." He looked like he was about to either scream or break down in tears. I'm not sure which. "Your father and I had a younger sister once, Phoebe. I was 8 when she was born, your old man 11. My mind raced trying to fit this into my family history. He wasn't lying. I'd never heard so much as a word of this throughout my life. She went missing when she was 5, just gone without a trace. They never found her. Dad started drinking a lot more after that. I didn't know what to say. That tomorrow Dad was talking about is the anniversary of the disappearance. I think the memories just hurt him the most today. They hurt me the worst today, too. He was crying now. I'm sorry, I managed. I don't know what to say. I'm so sorry. No one ever told me. Andrew rubbed his eyes, steeling himself. Look, I'm sorry too. You should never have needed to know, really. He started heading for the stairs. I'm gonna try and get some sleep. Please, if you hear anything from him tonight, or if I have to come in to him again, just ignore it. Please. It hurts everyone enough as it is. With that, he headed up to his room, shutting the door behind him. I was stunned. How much else had I not known about my dad's side of the family? Even with what I did know, I was left with more questions than before. It didn't make sense how the truth about my dad and uncle also having a sister could link to everything else I'd overheard between Grandpa and Andrew. Why did it have to be Grandpa? What had Andrew done last night? What the hell even was it? My mind swam as I laid awake in bed that night. I think it was the state of fog in my brain that actually ended up putting me unconscious for a few hours, as it happened. But one last time I was awoken from my sleep, but it wasn't by the barking of a dog or by voices from Grandpa's room next door. It was by slow, heavy footsteps descending the stairs. I know Andrew told me to ignore anything I might hear that night. To this day, I don't know what compelled me to leave my room, but I crept out the door quietly. And the first thing I realized is that Grandpa's door was open, and his room empty. The footsteps continued to pound through the house into the kitchen, it seemed. I had to know. I had to know the truth to everything that was going on in this house, and I sensed that I was right at the cusp of it. As silently as I could, I too descended the stairs. I followed the noises to the kitchen, and I realized then what I'd been overlooking the whole time, the sight of it filling me with total dread. The door behind the bookshelf, now wide open. I abandoned whatever idea of stealth I had left in my head, rushing over to the door where I found that it wasn't some sort of small little cupboard or crawl space at all. It was a flight of stairs down to what must have been a cellar. Why had Andrew lied about this? I flew down the stairs and turned to the cellar door on my right, pressing my ear against it. Deep, heavy, fatigued breathing, and the surface of the door felt almost as if it was vibrating, pulsing with some impossible force. I gripped the door handle, and it felt white hot. My hand turns. The door opens. The truth is revealed. Andrew was alone in the cellar, illuminated by one dim light bulb hanging from the ceiling, the kitchen knife in hand. No sign of Grandpa anywhere. Andrew barely reacted to my presence. He just kept staring at the wall opposite of him. Only, it wasn't a wall. Not really. Where there should have been brick and wallpaper, a pulsing, oozing, red-brown expanse of flesh spanned the side of the cellar ahead of us. The drywall at the edges of the adjacent walls transitioning from plaster and sheet brick into living tissue. The wall heaved and throbbed, and sweat, somehow horrifically, impossibly given the gift of life. I can't even begin to describe the smell. The smell was disgusting. I could barely think. The sight of it almost made me feel mad, like I had found myself in a bizarre nightmare. Any rational thoughts shackled away behind lock and key. What the... I choked. What is this? Andrew, what is this? Where's Grandpa? He turned around, seemingly broken out of a trance. He stared back at the wall for a second. He was right, I heard him say. More to himself than to me. He turned back. He was right. It had to be done. I glanced back around him to the putrid, fleshy mass before my eyes. No, he couldn't mean that. No, Andrew, where's Grandpa? What have you done? I begged, denying to myself what I knew had transpired. Andrew glanced back at the wall again for a few moments. He had a look of almost reverence etched across his face. He faced me for a second, madness twinkling in his eyes. It's what he wanted. No, you're lying, I roared, not believing myself one bit. What even is this? He didn't look away from the wall of flesh. I inherited it, I suppose. It had to be done, you know? It's what he wanted. The wall suddenly flexed outward grotesquely, emitting a low, grumbling sound. Try as I did to deny it to myself in the moment, I knew what that must have meant. As I saw a look of concern flash across Andrew's face, it was hungry again, needed to be fed soon. Clearly, Grandpa wasn't a fitting meal. Amidst the grumbling, we could both suddenly hear a high-pitched noise, piercing through it. Chloe crying from upstairs. Andrew stared up at the ceiling, then back over to me. "Don't," I whispered, but he was already charging towards the door. "Andrew, don't!" He shoved hard against me as I tried to block him from getting out of the door. I threw myself against him with everything I had, tried to wrestle the knife from his grip, but he was far stronger than he looked, overpowering me quickly and slashing my right leg. I howled in shock and pain. "You know what?" he hissed, throwing me to the ground and grabbing me by my legs as I gushed blood. "This is even better. You're of far more use anyway." I realized in an instant what he meant as he dragged me towards the wall of flesh. "No," I choked. "No, Andrew, please. God, My words were cut off as I became almost entirely immersed in the writhing, living mass. Tendrils wrapped around me, almost painlessly puncturing through my skin, connecting to me. For a few brief passing moments I had the notion that I was linking, fusing to the grand biological system of the wall, that soon all would be alive. All would be connected before my mind went black. After an unknowable length of time, I grew more and more aware of my surroundings once more. The bizarre, weightless sensation of simultaneously feeling out of my body and feeling one with another body. Then something cold, foreign. "I've got you. I've got you." I fell forward into someone's arms, the cold air of the cellar enveloping me in an instant as I screamed out. I looked up. I was surrounded by a team of men in yellow hazmat suits, working to fully cut me down from the wall of flesh. I laid in their arms, feeling the way I imagine a newborn infant must, my body and mind focusing entirely on trying not to seize up from how overwhelmingly cold everything seemed. A few minutes later, once I'd been fully freed from the wall, I was given sedatives that knocked me back out. I don't know how long I'd spent like that, but it must have been at least a few days, because it was my girlfriend, Emily, who had called the police after I hadn't responded to a number of her calls. In the end, though, I was kept in some sort of containment facility for a day, where I was asked a great deal of dubious-sounding questions that I couldn't begin to answer for the most part, and they never ended up finding Andrew. In the end, though, Emily took me back home. Whatever classified part of the government that covers up stuff like this did just that, and life mostly moved on. I tried my best to forget about that brief, hellish stint of my life. I certainly didn't gain any sort of enlightenment or newfound appreciation for life by my experience. I was changed by it, I guess. Who wouldn't be, but as I said, life moved on. Emily was invaluable in ensuring that, comforting me about it when I needed her to, but never acting like it defined me now. Life moved on. 4 years later, I asked Emily to marry me. 5 years later, she was my incredible wife. 8 years, and she gave birth to the joy of our lives, our daughter Lily. I loved my wife, of course I did, but there's absolutely no feeling of adoration on this earth that compares to holding your own child in your arms. And yes, of course, I still felt scared by my experience all those years ago. One night as we were in bed getting ready to sleep, I told her about it once more, how even though things are fine now, Things are perfect now. I still had nightmares about the wall of flesh sometimes. I still get sent into near panic attacks at the sight of an open wound. She held me in close. "I know you do, love. I know you do," she murmured, her voice drowsy but full of care. "But you've got me, don't you? You've got us." I closed my eyes and felt myself beginning to drift off as she held me closer still. I breathed in the beautiful smell of her rose-scented shampoo. "It's okay, because I've got you." "I've got you," she whispered. "I've got you, I've got you, I've got you." I fell forward into the man's arms, the cold air of the cellar enveloping me in an instant as I screamed out. I looked up all around, staring at the yellow-suited men, still screaming and babbling incoherently. I laid in their arms, still smelling the rose-scented shampoo, though there was now something horribly wrong with it. Like how after you realize the trick of an optical illusion, you can never see it as you originally did. Pheromones. It turns out, the wall had been digesting me for quite some time indeed. I saw my reflection. I looked emaciated, barely alive. It showed me wonderful things. Now I sit alone in my cold, dark apartment, looking outside at gray skies. I think of my wife's smile. I think of my child's laughter. I want to go back. I've been a trucker for years, long enough to hear every tall tale there is about seeing something crazy on the road. Every trucker has one, and you tire of hearing them pretty fast. You're hunched in a grease-stained diner, just trying to choke down a diesel-tasting coffee before slinking back onto the highway. But some grizzled, long-haul vet on the next stool over is talking your ear off about the time he saw a UFO, or picked up a hitchhiker he couldn't see in his rear view. It's exhausting. The voices change, the faces blur together, but the stories stay the same. Only now it's my mug spitting out an outlandish tale to anyone who will listen. And I don't like it, because I'm not spinning some crazed yarn in hopes of spooking the fresh-faced truckers. I'm giving them a cold, plain warning. Because these things, they're out there, and they might be coming to you. It was one of those nights so dark you'd forget there was ever any light in the world. No stars, just black rolling clouds smothering the sky. My headlights were an island of light in the infinite black. The white lines on the road rippled past in a hypnotic flow. I'd driven this stretch of road before and dreaded every minute of it. There was nothing but long grass on either side, rolling outwards in endless tufts. No landmarks, nothing interesting. Just the kind of mindless, featureless terrain that has you tasting the solitude. About the only noteworthy thing that was out there, something spooky happens to anything electrical. The old guys call it dropout. Your radio dies down to a numbing crackle. Your headlights shrink into narrow little bands. I heard explanations ranging from some weird mineral in the ground to an alien spaceship sapping away your voltage from up above. But all that mattered was that it was real. It was annoying. Because of the dropout, I barely saw the pickup. My headlights were so dim they barely caught in the glass. Was that a windshield? I hit my exhaust brake and snapped on my high beams as the rig rumbled to a halt. In what little light they could manage, I saw the white body of a pickup truck slumped on the shoulder, driver's door hanging open. I rolled in behind it, tires churning up gravel, and killed the engine. Hopping out, I craned my neck in all directions. Nobody. The truck was roadside repair setup. It had a winch in the back and a brushed steel side bin brimmed with tools, chains, and cables. There was a cartoon detail slapped on the door, Tony's Roadside Repairs. Cute, but where was Tony? I placed a hand on the hood. Cold. Hadn't run for hours. Leaning into the cab, I saw the keys dangling from the ignition, turned a quarter. The radio spewed out a steady stream of quiet, meandering static. Maybe he went to take a leak. Hello? Nothing. All I could see around me was grass tumbling in the wind, rolling outwards in waves before giving way to darkness. I've got a job to do, I told myself, as I climbed back in and peeled onto the road, my hands pinching the wheel in a vice grip. This hull won't drive itself in, I thought, as the white line started whipping by, and guilt brewed up in my stomach. I drove a short distance before reaching the tunnel. It was old school, a jagged mouth punched through the mountain with dynamite, God knows how many decades ago. It yawned open, and once inside, the world shrank. The only light came from a handful of buzzing sodium lamps, caged in rusted wires and bleeding sickly orange down the cut stone walls. Maybe 3 of them still worked, the rest were dead, leaving whole stretches of the tunnel buried in thick, impenetrable dark. I plowed into the darkness, feeling like I was driving a submarine, like there was no world out there, just me and the truck. Then, somewhere in the middle, something pierced the black. 2 amber lights blinking softly in and out. Hazard lights? Somebody broken down? That explained where Tony ended up. I tried my high beams again, but they flickered in and out before settling on a weak glow. Dang it. I pulled it over to the tunnel side, my mirror almost touching the rock, and dug around for my flashlight. As I opened the door, the humid air draped around me like a blanket, cold but rich with some ungodly odor. Not quite rot, not quite mildew. It smelled almost like the ocean. Not surprisingly, my flashlight was on the brink, leaving me with a dull, flickering beam to fight the darkness. I cast it as far ahead as I could as I tried to make out the car. Hello? Anybody there? My voice bounced down the tunnel, meeting no response. But there was something shuffling around up ahead, a dark silhouette by the lights. The torch beam was too weak to make out any details, but there was something there all right. Someone. As I clattered onwards, the silhouette took on a shape. A man. He was waving, hinging his arms back and forth. There was something strange about the motion. It was slow, lethargic. Up, down, like a puppet. You okay there? As my voice reached him, he started shuffling, like something was dragging him back. He stiffly collapsed into his driver's seat. I kept going, the hazard lights drawing me onwards. Blink, blink, blink. As the dull torchlight spilled along the car's silver body, I noticed it was odd. I know cars. I spend half my life staring at their taillights, cursing them under my breath. I can name makes and models by the shape alone, but this? It was nothing like a Toyota, a Kia, or a Chevy, just car. The kind of thing a kid would draw come to life. The hazard lights pulsed intensely, rippling in a fit against the dark. I looked back at my thready headlights, shook the flashlight, and watched the beam cut in and out. How come this guy's not hurting for volts? I was close enough now to really look at the bodywork. It wasn't metal. The torchlight splattered beneath its surface, filtering red, unveiling a twisted network of fibers, veins, coursing through the panels, and the whole thing was moving, undulating gently in and out, breathing. My feet froze to the ground. I panned the flashlight over the driver's side window. The body in the driver's seat was pale, paper white, clouded eyes, bulging from their sockets, mouth hanging agape. On his shoulder, a round white patch was sewn onto the jumpsuit. Tony's roadside repairs. A dull amber light began to leak from his open mouth. I should have ran. I was too late. Something long spewed from the body of the car, tearing and whipping through the damp air. I was yanked off the ground before I knew what was happening, an immense pressure crushing my ankles together, grinding bone against bone. It had me. I clawed at the tarmac as I was dragged back, losing fingernails but desperately trying to fight the pull. I kicked, I thrashed, I screamed. I twisted my body until the boots were wrenched clean off my feet. The tentacle flung them into the darkness and flailed in anger. I didn't waste a second. I bolted away with a speed I didn't know I had, body electric with fear. I ripped open the door of my truck and threw it into reverse, stomping the accelerator through the floor mat. I watched the dial spike into the red. The engine shuddered to the point of stalling, wanting to die right there, but I willed it to go on. Out there, the car was coming after me. Not driving, but walking, scuttling on a tangle of segmented legs sprouting from its undercarriage. The headlights pushed out of the body on stalks, pulsing with furious yellow light. I couldn't even watch it chase me. My eyes darted between my mirrors. I could barely make out the white flanks of my trailer, but I had to. I frantically steered and counter-steered, keeping it in line. If I jackknifed in the tunnel, I was dead. But then my mirrors caught them. More lights. Amber. Flashing. Another figure chiseled out of the darkness, drunkenly waving its arm. This time I really saw it. He was little more than a skeleton. Long, desiccated hair plunged from a yellowed skull. The tatters of a denim jacket and what looked like bell-bottoms hung from the bones. I saw the bones were lashed together by a network of little tentacles, their tips gently glowing, blinking in amber. From the neck, the tentacles braided together into a thick, glistening appendage, feeding back into the car. Anglerfish. Poor fellow was the lure. This car was old. Big round headlights, wood panels, rear fins. It was from back when cars used to have edges. My trailer clipped its cadaverous lure as I shot past, shattering bone into puffs of powder. A shriek, wet and angry, rattled through the tunnel. It yanked its broken lure inside itself and spat out a crazed, thrashing tentacle. It seized my mirror, tearing it from the cab and tossing it into the void, but I was clear. I kept reversing. The truck was screaming at me. Warning lights I'd never seen before erupted on my dash in an expansive rainbow. The engine shuddered so hard I thought it would leap out of the hood. But I kept going until the rock of the tunnel peeled away, and the black night sky rolled above my head. Then I stopped. The tunnel mouth yawned. Within its shadow, amber lights flickered. 10, 12, 15, I wasn't sure. How many of those things are in there? Needless to say, I skipped the tunnel. I backtracked until I had the weakest bar of signal and called the cops. Then spent the rest of that night with my eyes glued to the windshield. My head dipped once or twice, but I wouldn't let myself sleep. The bright steel morning singed my eyes by the time the patrol car trundled in next to me, the cop tapping my window, lukewarm coffee in hand. They knew about Tony the mechanic. He was reported missing the previous night. They went in, scoured the tunnel with their spotlights, but found nothing. That didn't surprise me. They acted funny, sure. They tried to look taken aback by my story, but every raised eyebrow was well practiced. Every, your mind plays tricks on you in the dark, and you sure you weren't drinking? Rehearsed to a T. They know what's in that tunnel. Dealing with cases like me, like Tony. That's just Tuesday morning, so all I can do to help anyone is warn them. If you see a broken down car on the side of the road, hazard lights blinking away in the dark, you might feel like stopping, like being the good Samaritan, ever eager to help change a tire, or lend out your jumper cables. but these creatures evolved to feed on that very kindness. And they're hungry, very hungry. Do not stop. I needed a job, badly. When I found a listing for a night clerk, $50 an hour, easy work, I didn't ask too many questions. The ad was vague. Monitor the front desk, follow the guidelines. That was it. No experience required. No background checks. It sounded too good to be true, but desperation makes you ignore red flags. I showed up for my first shift at 11:45 p.m. to a nondescript office building on the edge of town. The lobby was sterile. White walls, tile floors, a desk with an old CRT monitor. The only person there was a short, pale man with hollow eyes and a pressed gray suit. He handed me a single sheet of paper, his expression unreadable. "Follow these rules exactly," he said, voice flat. "And whatever you do, don't break them." I laughed, thinking he was joking. He wasn't. The rules. 1. The phone will ring at midnight. Do not answer it. 2. If the elevator doors open on their own, do not look inside. 3. You may hear typing from the empty office at the end of the hall. Ignore it. 4. If you hear knocking on the front door, check the monitor first. If there's nothing there, do not open it. 5. The man in the security uniform will come in at 2:16 a.m. Do not speak to him. 6. If you find a sticky note with your name on it, burn it immediately. 7. The vending machine sometimes dispenses items you didn't select. Do not eat anything you didn't order. 8. If the lights flicker, close your eyes and count to 30. Do not open them before. 9. You must clock out at exactly 6 a.m., not a minute before, not a minute after. 10. If you realize you've broken a rule, hide immediately. I was too tired to argue, so I took the list and settled behind the desk. At midnight, the phone rang, an old landline on the desk. Instinctively, my hand twitched toward it, but I caught myself. Do not answer it. The ringing stopped after 3 chimes. At 12:47 a.m., a slow rhythmic clicking came from the far end of the hall, the empty office. Ignore it. My fingers dug into my palms as I forced myself to keep my eyes on the screen. The typing stopped a few minutes later. At 2:16 a.m., the security guard arrived. He walked in without acknowledging me, heading straight for the vending machine, standing stiffly in front of it. I avoided eye contact, but the reflective glass, I caught a glimpse of his face, or lack thereof. He had no features, just smooth, blank skin where his eyes, nose, and mouth should be. I kept my gaze down. Eventually he left. By 3:30 a.m., I had convinced myself the rules were just elaborate mind games. But then I saw it. A yellow sticky note on my desk. My name was on it. My breath hitched. My hands trembled as I fumbled for the lighter in my pocket, flicking it on. The note curled black at the edges, turning to ash between my fingers. A sharp knock echoed through the lobby. Knock, knock, knock. I swallowed hard and checked the security monitor. The glass doors showed nothing but an empty parking lot. Do not open the door. I gripped the desk, knuckles white. The knocking stopped. My pulse slowed, but then I realized I had broken rule number 6. I was supposed to burn the note immediately. I had hesitated. A cold wave of dread crashed over me. Hide immediately. I dove under the desk, heart pounding. The air felt thick, pressing against my skin. Silence rang in my ears, loud and suffocating. Then footsteps, slow, deliberate, circling the desk. I squeezed my eyes shut, barely breathing. A whisper drifted down to me. "You were doing so well." The footsteps stopped. I waited, paralyzed. Minutes passed, maybe an hour. Finally, the air shifted. Whatever was there, it was gone. At 5:59 a.m., I crawled out shaking. My eyes locked onto the door, waiting for 6 a.m. exactly before punching out. As I stepped outside, the sun barely rising, I felt different, like something had changed. When I got home, I collapsed onto my bed, exhausted. My phone buzzed. A new email. Second shift confirmed, 11:45 p.m. tonight. I never signed up for another shift. I tried to quit, called the number from the job listing. No answer. Then I checked my bank account. I had been paid. Twice. Once for last night and once for tonight. The money was already there. The job wasn't over. And I don't think I'm allowed to leave. Hey everyone, and welcome to another video. Tonight we have 3 hours of stories. I hope you all enjoy them. I recently did a poll in my community tab asking how everybody would feel about a 3-hour video every Monday night. The results were overwhelmingly positive, so that is the current game plan. You can count on a new video every Monday night. Be sure to also drop a comment letting me know how you feel about that, because your feedback is the most important thing to me when it comes to changes in schedule or video style. Anyways, if you do enjoy this video, please be sure to drop a like rating. It only takes just a quick second. It lets me know I'm doing a good job, and I just really appreciate it. Subscribing if you are new is also very much appreciated. I post videos just like this one every Monday night. Anyways, sit back, do whatever it is that you do to relax, and as always, I hope you all have a great night. Like many children growing up, I had an imaginary friend. In the mid-90s, a few years before I was born, my parents moved into a very nice home in the Midwest boonies. The remote location significantly cheapened the property, and my parents were able to afford it alone off my dad's income. He had developed a now still relatively popular website that was growing fast at the time. The nature of his work didn't require him to leave home, so the remote location was not an issue whatsoever. Because they were so financially secure and my mom no longer needed to work, they decided to have me. The house was admittedly pretty isolating. The neighbors' properties were hundreds of yards away, and most of them were pushing elderly status. All their children were grown and lived their lives somewhere else. Yes, I had friends growing up, but I only saw them at school. I didn't make my first friend until I was in kindergarten, let alone actually stood face to face with another child my age. But because I only saw other children at school, it prompted me to conjure an imaginary friend. I remember naming him Samwise, after the Lord of the Rings character. My parents were huge fans and had read the books to me. They even took me to see it when it first released in theaters. I'm sure other moviegoers were confused as to why a couple had brought their 6-year-old child to see Lord of the Rings, but I loved it. I know this sounds creepy, but to me it wasn't. Samwise and I played in our acres of backyard forest gathering ancient artifacts, broken glass and rocks in nearby riverbeds. hunting with bow and arrow forged by the heavens to slay the legendary mythical lion, my late dog Sandy, who enjoyed retrieving the foam sticks, and generally partaking in other grand adventures to embark on together. At first, my parents were supportive toward my imaginary friend phase of life. I'm sure they were aware of the isolation I was feeling, and assumed this was a healthy outlet. When they set the table for meals, there would be 4 spots instead of 3. They even went to lengths as far as putting together an extra meal for Samwise to eat. Now that I look back, that may have been why we ate leftovers so often. Either way, their reaction was positive. Sometimes too positive. One time my parents had set the table for dinner. This time there were 5 plates of food. I remember asking, "Why are there 5 plates?" Well, Micah's gotta eat too, buddy," my dad responded. I didn't know who Micah was. I had never even heard of the guy. I looked over at the usually empty portion of the table that now contained a plate full of food and silverware. My parents looked at the spot too, making facial expressions as if reacting to someone. "Francis, could you please get Micah some water?" my mom asked. I got up excitedly, knowing they were playing a fun game of pretend with me. I filled 2 glasses of water for Micah and Samwise, and brought them over to the table, returning to my seat. My parents began smiling and glancing at me. "Oh yeah, that's Samwise, Francis's friend." I chuckled, filled with joy. I waved toward the new empty seat. "Hi, Micah," I said giddily. "Yes, he is the sweetest," my mom said in reference to me. My parents were amazing at playing along. It felt real, like there really was somebody there. They would small talk with the absent figure and occasionally laugh and nod their head in response to nothing. Then they looked at me. For an uneasy period of time, their expressions became confused. "Francis, be a good boy and talk with our guest." Mom had suggested with a low-key tone that suggested if I didn't, I would get in trouble later. I had felt anxious at the sudden request to socialize with something I couldn't see or hear. I was questioning whether this had turned into some psychological form of punishment to show me how annoying I was with Samwise. But that didn't make sense. My parents liked Samwise. I froze up in the confusion, bouncing my glances between my mom and dad like a tennis match spectator. They both had looks that said, "Well, get on with it." The awkward silence and embarrassment of the moment appeared too much for them. They dropped their attempt at making me communicate with Micah. "I'm sorry, he gets a little shy sometimes. Francis, why don't you go to your room for tonight? Don't forget to bring Samwise." I went to bed feeling guilty and confused. A swirl of emotions pulled at my prepubescent heart. I tried to forget about it and went to sleep, but something woke me up. It was my parents talking and laughing in the dining room. There would be long pauses and equally long responses. They would periodically chuckle in the ominous silence, as if they were talking to someone on the phone. Then I heard my dad. "See ya, Micah," and the front door slammed shut. After that day, my dad would tell me he was going out to see Micah. What they did together, I have no idea. Other days my parents would invite Micah over. Those days I would sit in my room and listen as they conversated with nothing again. Day after day, night after night, until one day I was suddenly awoken from sleep once more. My dad was yelling outside my closed bedroom door. I remember hesitantly calling out to my dad. His response was blaring, "Stay in your room, don't come out." I was scared. I was scared because my dad sounded scared. I had never heard panic in his voice like that. He continued shouting, "Go, leave." And like every night, Micah came over. His visit ended with a shutting door. Their imaginary friend must have done something bad because the next morning, my parents told me he wasn't allowed over anymore. But of course, in the mind of a confused child, I didn't know what to believe. I knew Micah wasn't real because I never sensed his presence. Obviously, if he existed, I would have seen him, heard him, smelled him, you know? Because of this, I bottled it up inside as my parents attempted at convincing me that none of us were allowed to have imaginary friends anymore. My parents never spoke of Micah again. They never even acknowledged that he had ever visited our home, just like I hadn't when I was 6. A recent incident caused me to remember this story and countless others, but I can share a few that absolutely stood out to me as odd. A few years ago, I went to a theater to see an independently funded film. Because the film was independent and wasn't advertised heavily, only a few theaters had showtimes for it, the closest theater being an hour away. The movie theater lobby was packed, and I was afraid the movie I drove so long to see was sold out. I approached the ticket booth and nobody was there. In a frantic attempt to obtain some tickets, I searched around the halls of the theater for whoever manned the ticket booth. Outside the numbered theater doors, a theater employee found me first. To my surprise, he introduced himself to me with a tight grip on the shoulder and a question. "I'm going to have to ask you to leave," he said, speaking formally with an accent of anger. "Why? What did I do?" I asked, confused. I thought a prank was being played on me. "You have to buy a ticket to see a movie. You've rudely ignored my coworker in the booth. He told me you just walked right past him, and when he told you to stop, you just kept going. So please, exit the theater before we escort you ourselves." He was dead serious. If it was a prank, it was tasteless. As I walked out the theater, I glanced at the ticket booth one more time. Still, nobody was there. Another instance of me being rude. I was checking out at the grocery store, found an empty line, set my items on the counter and waited as the cashier rang them up. But the whole time she gave me annoyed glances, scoffed at me a few times even. It might have been because I accidentally hid an empty card in the way of the cashier aisle with mine. I was honestly too lazy to move it by hand. The weirdest one was at my own job a few days ago, which prompted this whole finding out what the hell is wrong with me thing. I work at an office call center for IT. A coworker of mine, who had worked there since I started, stopped showing up one day. Nobody acknowledged it, so I chalked it up to him just quitting or getting fired. Then I saw a photo of him on the accolades wall for most efficient employee of the month. I thought they were pranking me, and I laughed when I saw it. They asked what I was laughing about, saying that he worked really hard. I thought maybe he passed away, and I didn't hear about it, and this was maybe some weird way to commemorate him until I was cornered in my office. Shelley, an older woman, began berating me about this workplace is a family, and everyone here is equal, so treat them as such. I had no clue what she was talking about, and even considered submitting a complaint to HR. The whole thing seemed so silly to me that I began thinking of this possibly dead coworker as the office's imaginary friend. That thought is what kick-started my trip down memory lane, conjuring the memory of Micah, my parents' imaginary friend. I realized how weird that whole concept was. They definitely weren't teaching the counter-imaginary friend tactic in any parents' books I had heard of. I found the time after work to call my mom. After a few "how was your days" and "I'm good, how about yous," I asked about Micah. She paused for a moment. "I'm surprised you remembered that whole thing," she said, chuckling awkwardly. She continued, "Micah was your dad's old friend from high school. He actually emailed your father congratulating him on his success as a website developer and entrepreneur. That's what sparked their momentary rekindling, I suppose you could say." Her voice grew weary over the cell phone speakers. "Wait, Micah was real?" I asked, profusely puzzled. "Well, of course he was real. But we should have listened, or acknowledged your feelings toward him. I mean, when you were a child, you obviously saw something wrong about him we didn't catch. What do you mean? I asked again. Well, honestly, I don't think you liked him very much. You never talked to him, never said hi, never even looked at his direction. He would try to give you a high five and you would walk right past him. My little 6-year-old. That's why we had you tested so young. I asked her to elaborate on that. She mentioned an autism screening, one I had finally forgotten about until our conversation. Because of how I was treating Micah at the time, my mom brought me to a pediatrician in what I now understand was for an autism test. I understood that they asked my mom a lot of questions about my development, which makes sense. I remember taking tests and answering questions. I had thought this was something every kid ends up doing. They found that I was not on the autism spectrum. However, the pediatrician found something else about me. When you are alone in your room and you want to calm down, where do you go in your thoughts? The pediatrician had asked me this after the topic of hiding in my room to avoid uncomfortable situations emerged during the session. What do you mean? I remember asking. Well, when I'm feeling sad, I like to imagine I'm sitting on a paddle boat, slowly drifting on a lake. It's like meditation. Have you heard of that word before? She asked curiously. Yeah, I responded. Okay, Francis, where do you picture yourself when meditating? On a mountain with the other cool fighters, I said gleefully. I had heard of the word. It was from a kung fu movie I used to watch. The main character would meditate to become stronger. So of course, I answered based on that impression. Can you describe it more for me? She asked, paying close attention. There's birds up there, I think. You think? Tell me what you see, she said and began writing in her notebook. A couch, you, your desk, the dog photo that's on your desk. I was very careful to observe my surroundings in the office room. No, Francis, what do you see in your mind? Close your eyes for me, please. Can you see the mountains with the cool guys? Can you tell me what color their costumes are? Are their costumes stained with dirt from training on the mountain, or are they careful to make sure they're clean? I had no clue what she was talking about. I could describe what I thought I saw on the television show, but I couldn't see it as she kept repeating. That was the day I discovered I had aphantasia. Essentially, one who has aphantasia cannot utilize visual imagery in their thought processes. The best way to describe it is as such. Think of an apple. 1. Can you see the shape of the apple? 2. Can you see the color of the apple? 3. Can you see the texture of the apple, such as indents, scratches, or rough brown skin? Generally, most people can see these to some degree, detailed or not. To me, the apple does not exist. The pediatrician mentioned aphantasia to me, and my mom as if it was a party trick, nothing to be concerned about, just a little quirk I happened to have. During the early 2000s, aphantasia was not something well known or well studied. It just happened to be something she knew about, and treated it as if it was no big deal. As the memories of banal waiting rooms and multiple sessions with the pediatrician flooded to the front of my mind from a previously untapped reservoir of thought, my mom broke the news. Your father heard scratching in the middle of the night that woke him up. He thought he left Sandy outside and felt awful about it. So he got up and turned on our bedroom light, which I yelled at him for. But he needed to find his shoes. Anyways, Sandy was sleeping soundly in the corner of our room. So then we thought it was a bear trying to break in through our front door. Your dad grabbed his hunting rifle from our closet and left to check it out. Instead, he saw Micah had broken into our home and was clawing at your bedroom door like a rabid animal. Thank God you were asleep. If you had left your room, I'm sure you would have been traumatized for life. I sure was after that. I heard your father yelling, "Micah, what the hell are you doing here?" I interrupted my mom. "Wait, why was he clawing at my door?" I asked, tightening my grip on the phone. "Your father and I talked about that later. We couldn't think of any sure reason, but he did mention saying something about like, there is no room for the blind, and I can show him more than he sees. While your father was aiming the rifle at him, he said his face was absolutely unmoving, like stone the whole time. That man was delusional. After the cops took him, we never heard from him again. Thank God." I thanked my mom for telling me what had really happened. She asked if I was really okay, and I told her we could meet soon for dinner. Hopefully, she could explain more of what happened to me in person. I'm also posting this because I'm scared. I've started to think of more similar instances, and each time I come to this conclusion that maybe someone was there. Does anyone else have experiences like this? If so, I'd really like to hear them. If you know more about this than I do, please feel free to help me. I'm freaking out. I don't remember downloading the game. I don't remember launching it. But at some point, I blinked and I was inside. At first, I thought it was just some weird level. Low poly hallways, fluorescent lights humming overhead, a dull beige carpet stretching infinitely beneath my feet. It reminded me of those eerie, empty office spaces you see in Dream Theory videos. No doors, no windows, just hallways leading into more hallways. Then I tried to pause. The menu didn't appear. Instead, I saw my own reflection staring back at me as if my screen had turned into a mirror. My stomach twisted. I pressed the power button. The game did not close. I tried everything. Hard reset, button mash, swiping at the screen like a maniac. Nothing worked. My phone wasn't running out of charge either. It's been 87% since I got here. I don't know how long ago that was. I thought maybe I just had to keep moving. Maybe there was an exit, but every time I walked through an open doorway, I found myself in a different place. A grocery store at midnight, fully stocked, completely empty. The aisles stretched longer than they should. I turned a corner expecting another aisle, but instead I was in an indoor swimming pool. Stagnant water, pale blue tiles, the sound of distant splashing, but no one was there. I followed the pool's edge, turned into another hallway, and suddenly I was inside an abandoned mall. Every store was locked. The mannequin stood too close to the glass. I heard the soft hum of an escalator running, but no one was on it. I ran. I ran until the mall wasn't the mall anymore. I was in a children's play place now. Plastic tunnels, netted bridges, the air thick with the scent of old rubber. I climbed through a tube trying to find my way out, but the openings led nowhere. The slides twisted downward into pure blackness. I swear I heard something breathing inside them. Every space bleeds into the next, each one more unsettling than the last. Offices, parking garages, public restrooms with the doors slightly ajar, places that feel abandoned, yet recently used, like I just missed whoever was here before me. I've started noticing changes in the places I revisit. The grocery store aisles are slightly rearranged, with unfamiliar brands I swear didn't exist before. The mannequins in the mall shift positions when I'm not looking, their blank faces tilted towards me. The indoor pool now has wet footprints leading toward the darkened hallway. Something is watching. Something knows I'm here, and I think it's getting closer. The worst part? I still have my phone. I still have Wi-Fi. I can text people. I've messaged my friends, my family, even posted online. No one replies. But the messages are marked as read. I tried calling my own number. It rang. I heard my own ringtone somewhere in the distance, closer than it should be. I ran again, faster this time. My screen lit up with an incoming message. A response. It was from me. Stop moving. Mommy, why do things die? I turned to my son from the stove. He sat at the worn-out cream wooden table, his feet dangling towards the tile. Too small to touch the floor. Where did that question come from, honey? I asked, laughing and turning back to the cooking bacon quietly. Pop, sizzle, pop. Mr. Nate's cat, he replied. Well, I guess sometimes when someone or something is very old, or sick, or has been hurt in a way that can't be fixed, they die. That means their body stops working. Death is a natural part of life. I paused. Did something happen with Mr. Nate's cat, Seb? She told me she's dead. He was good, my boy Sebastian. He used to sleep all through the night. Him, a baby blue blanket. My late mom crocheted when she found out I was having a boy. And the baby monitor right next to his crib. I felt like I was blessed to have such a quiet baby. He never fussed or made a mess. Even when he began to speak, he always said, "Yes, ma'am," or "Yes, sir." People would stop and say, "You must be a wonderful mother, teaching your boy such manners at this young age." They'd smile, I'd smile, Sebastian would smile. He was such a good student, too. Always came home with a project or another. I didn't have to ask him to get good grades, he just knew. I think he knew that it was just me and him. His dad split when he was 1. Now, at 7, he had the greatest mind of all the third graders in his class. His teacher called me one day to tell me he'd be the next Einstein. I was so proud. So proud to think that maybe I, a single mom, could have parented the next Einstein. When I think about him now, in this moment, I guess I never should have been a mom. Everything started going downhill when he brought up that cat. "Mr. Nate's cat is really scared, Mom. She said it's dark in there. She wants to meet you." I brushed it off. Laugh. It hadn't been a few days since he brought this cat up. What was I supposed to do? I'd tried telling him she couldn't talk. She can't do that. Cats don't speak, right? I thought that I should put an end to it. But how? I finally decided that when Seb was at school, I would go to Nate's house and see what all the fuss was about. Walking up to the door, I didn't think anything was wrong, but the redwood and golden knob taunted me in the faded fall sun. Nate was an older man, late 60s. He'd always been there for me and Seb after Seb's dad left. He called me his surrogate daughter, in a way. His dad died when she was 20. Lila, car accident. Nate didn't like to talk about it. It definitely ate him up inside. I just didn't think it was my place to ask. Knock, knock. No answer. Knock, knock. No answer. The door cracked open. That was unlike him. Nate never kept his door unlocked because of his time in the army. He didn't like the thought of someone, anyone, random, barging into his house unwanted. He knew me, though, so I walked in. It was dark, unusually dark. Nate liked to keep a light or two on if he wasn't home, but there were none, so I assumed he wasn't home. At least somewhere home. "Nate?" I called, looking around the house. Sofa, side table, lamp in the corner, a reclined chair in the other corner facing towards the TV. Dark books piled up on the coffee table in an erratic fashion. His house smelled sour. I walked into the kitchen disgusted. On the island was a carcass. A rabbit, cut up in weird ways. Clumps of fur scattered on the counters. Strange symbols on the cupboards and fridge. Its legs bent back. It was still breathing. I covered my mouth with my hands and ran towards the back of the house, nearing the bedroom. Nate, there, lying in bed. Symbols drawn all over the walls, carved into the wooden bed frame. He lay with his hands folded like he was in a coffin. A photo of his daughter, Lila, sat on the dresser beside his bed, a red circle drawn around the frame, a lock of hair right in front, candles burning to emit a smoking plume that caked the room, and around. Meow. That cat came out from underneath his bed. I left, I ran, I went straight home into the bathroom and locked the door. That was until the time that Sebastian would be coming home from school. His bus should be dropping him off in front of the house right about now. I should have dinner cooked. I should be doing laundry. I should be setting the table, but I couldn't. I couldn't do that. He was dead. Nate was dead, and that cat was just there. She wasn't dead, but he was. What was going on? Mom, I found Layla outside. She said she wants to meet you. She said you saw her. How'd you see her? She knows where you are. That last sentence. Quiet, soft, calculated. What happened to my good boy? I didn't answer. How could I? Footsteps approached the door. I can hear him and the scratching at the door. It's been an hour, his little hands aching for his mother. Or were they her paws? Faint meows and begs heard from outside. Mom, please let me in. Meow. Please, Mommy. My face is tear-streaked and mascara runs down my cheeks. My phone in my hands, shaking. I'm writing this from the bathroom. The door is locked. I can't call anyone. There's no one to call. Just me and Seb. And that cat. Grief is a slow poison. It seeps into the bones, into the marrow, and hollows you out from the inside. It had eaten away at me for years, stripping me down until all that remained was the desperate wish to rewrite my own story. And then I found the way. It began with late nights, scribbled calculations in the dim glow of my basement lamp, my fingers stained with ink, my breath shallow with anticipation. The machine was not elegant. It was a thing of wires and rust, a grotesque amalgamation of scavenged parts. Old radios, gutted televisions, copper tubing twisted like veins of some mechanical beast. The core was the heart of it all, a pulsating, humming mass of stolen technology and my own crude attempts at innovation. It was ugly, but it was mine. At first, I told myself it was about science. I was proving something to the world, to myself, but deep down, I knew better. It was about them, my wife, my daughter, the ones I lost in a moment of senseless tragedy. A car swerving where it shouldn't have, a brief lapse of attention, the universe swallowing them whole and leaving me behind to rot in the silence of our home. The first test was simple. Go back one day, move an object, see if anything changed. I placed a watch on the opposite side of the table. When I returned, my past self was staring at it, confused, running a hand through his hair. Proof. It worked. Then came the next step. I traveled further, days at a time, weeks. I tested cause and effect like a child prodding at an anthill, watching the tiny lives scramble. I spoke to myself, whispered warnings, nudged fate in one direction or another, and every time I returned, reality was subtly different. A book misplaced, a conversation remembered differently, a headline that didn't match my memory. I should have stopped. Why do you spend so much time in the basement? My brother, Michael, asked one evening. He had started dropping by more often, a silent guardian against my growing isolation. I'm working on something important. He sighed, rubbing his hands together as if weighing his next words. You've been different since they died. I get it, I do, but this isn't healthy. I didn't answer. I couldn't tell him. He wouldn't understand. He had a wife, kids, a life that didn't revolve around a grief that gnawed at the edges of his soul. If only I could fix it. The day I finally did it, the day I stood on the sidewalk and saw her again, was the happiest of my life. There she was, my wife holding our daughter's tiny hand, her laughter a melody I thought I had lost forever. I felt the weight of the world lift from my shoulders. This was it. This was my moment. I stepped forward. Reality cracked. The world shuddered. The air around me turned thick, viscous. My vision doubled, tripled. My hands were not my own. Too many fingers, too few. My wife turned to me, but her face was wrong. Her eyes were dark pools, reflections of something vast and unknowable. Her lips moved, but no sound came out. I ran. I fled back to my machine, back to the basement, back to the safety of knowing I had control, but I didn't stop. I told myself I could fix it. I had simply gone too far. I needed to refine my method. I needed to try again. The addiction set in quietly, like ivy creeping up an old house. One more trip, I told myself. One more adjustment. I could make things perfect. I could make them stay. But time had other plans. I started to lose myself. The jumps blurred together. My hands looked wrong in the mirror, elongated, too many knuckles. My memories became fractured. Had I spoken to Michael yesterday or last week? Had I eaten today? Did I even exist in this moment, or had I left pieces of myself scattered through time? And then one day, I looked in the mirror and I did not recognize the thing staring back at me. The machine groaned, its wires fraying like the unraveling edges of my mind. I no longer used notebooks. I simply knew where I was going. Or at least, I thought I did. I had to escape. Forward, I would go forward. I would travel until I found a point where I could reset it all, where I could undo every mistake, every ripple, every tear in the fabric of time that I had caused. I stepped into the machine one final time. The universe decayed around me. The stars died one by one until I floated in a sea of cold nothingness. My body dissolved and slowly emerged back from the lost dust that came from the stars. Time collapsed, pulled inward, folding over itself like the closing of a book. And then, light. The birth of everything. I watched as galaxies formed, as the first sparks of life flickered into existence. I drifted through eons, nameless, faceless, waiting for the moment I had aimed for, the moment where I could step in and finally make things right. But something was wrong. I reached my home, my past, my life. I saw them. My wife, my daughter, Michael. He was there in my house, drinking with my wife and hugging a little boy. Who was that boy? I wanted to reach out, tap the window and talk to my family, but they did not recognize me. I was but a shadow, a whisper, a human being outside of time. I had become something else, something forgotten. I wanted to scream, but there was no voice left in me. I wanted to cry, but tears were not forming. I wanted to explain everything, but then I understood. I had never truly left. I had always been here, watching, reading, failing, a ghost of my own making, a prisoner of my own obsession. I didn't exist. Maybe I never had, and yet I'm here, being the appendage that the universe has not removed yet, the miscalculation on a perfect equation that is reality, the aborted element from time. I am nothing. For me, this whole experience took approximately a few days, maybe even weeks. I witnessed the horror of the downfalls of societies, the destruction of stars, and the rebirth from nothing of the universe. I forgot my wife and daughter's names. My brother's name is the only I remember now. I don't really know why. I used to think that traveling across time would be what would save me from the unending horror that is losing everyone you once loved. It is now. As I write this, trying to live in a strange world that looks exactly as the one I left eons ago, that I finally understand that time is not the solution to horror. Time is the horror. To preface this, I do not consider myself religious. I don't believe in ghosts, demons, or anything supernatural. I have never used any recreational drugs, nor do I suffer from any medical conditions that would explain what I experienced last night. And yet, I cannot find a rational explanation for what happened. It started around 9:40 p.m. while I was driving home from work. The roads were nearly empty, just the occasional car passing by, headlights streaking through the dark. The night was clear, no storm, no wind, just the usual hum of distant traffic and the faint flicker of street lights. I was maybe 3 minutes from home when I heard it. At first, I thought my car radio had turned on by itself. It was a high-pitched, resonant tone, like a choir holding a single note, but unnatural. If you took the sound of wind howling through a canyon and somehow made it sing, you might get close to what I heard. It wasn't a horn like the infamous sky trumpets people have recorded online. It was higher, thinner, and it carried an eerie, distant quality, as if it was coming from somewhere impossibly vast. The sound came from above, not from a building, not from a speaker, but from the sky itself. I slowed my car down, pulled over to the side, and rolled my window down. The air was still, no wind, no rustling leaves, nothing, just that sound, stretching on and on for what felt like forever, though in reality it must have been around 5 minutes. A deep sense of unease settled in my stomach. Something about it felt wrong. It wasn't just noise. It felt intentional. I grabbed my phone and started recording. I didn't know what else to do. As I listened, I noticed something even more unsettling. The sound wasn't fading in and out like a natural noise would. It was constant, unwavering, like a single unbroken note being played by something vast and unseen. Then, as suddenly as it started, it stopped. The silence that followed was too silent. I don't know how else to describe it. It was like the world had been momentarily muted. No cars in the distance, no insects, no wind. Then, just as I thought it was over, it was followed by a sharp, high-pitched static. Not regular static. It was piercing, shrill, like an old radio struggling to tune into a station that shouldn't exist. It only lasted a few seconds, but it was enough to make my skin crawl. I checked my recording afterward, and sure enough, the sound was there, until the last few seconds, where it was cut off by that same high-pitched static. I tried to upload it online, but for some reason, the phone refused to process the file. Every attempt resulted in an error message, as if something didn't want it to be shared. I don't know what I heard last night. I've scoured forums, listened to every sky trumpet recording I could find, but nothing matches. If anyone out there has heard something similar, please let me know, because I haven't been able to shake the feeling that whatever it was, it heard me too. Immaculate front lawns, pristine white houses, no picket fences because who has those in 2025? But still a gorgeous neighborhood, a suburban heaven. That's what the developers had promised when we checked out the new build. This could be our forever home, Ronan had beamed as we walked away from the 4-bed, 2-bathroom, 1,490 square foot living accommodation spread over 2 floors, with a converted attic, double glazed windows, private parking in the form of a spacious garage, and a south-facing garden with patio from where you could sit and watch the sun set over a forested backdrop on a warm summer evening with your designated partner in life as your hypothetical 2.4 children play in said south-facing garden with a joy and abandonment that most people can only dream of. I know. Disgusting, right? But look, we were at that stage of our lives, as was everybody else I knew. So I just did what any decent millennial would do and went along with it. Fast forward 6 months. I'm sat in the passenger seat of a moving van, dressed in my comfy dungarees and favorite Fleetwood Mac t-shirt. My denim jacket is draped over the headrest. Ronan's driving, still wearing that stupid grin he had when we first checked out the property. That stupid grin he always seemed to have. And a plaid shirt and chinos. His sports jacket draped over his headrest. I know, horrendous outfit, right? I didn't marry him for his dress sense. Ronan's recently got into easy listening. Tonight You Belong to Me is playing on the radio. It's creepy AF and reminds me of the film Jeepers Creepers, and the old song that plays during it. My Converse feet are up on the dashboard, my head resting against the window. I'm contemplating all my disastrous past and future life choices. We've navigated half a dozen of these suburban dream streets with their lovely little white homes to get to our own. It's quite apparent that the developers have delivered on what they'd promised. It's no different from the brochures and the aforementioned model home we'd visited, with 2 exceptions. First, there's a brilliant red-leafed bush sprouting from the middle of the front yard. Ours seems to be the only house that has one. The second exception? The neighbors. We pull up outside our house, and that's when I spot them. An old man and an old woman standing outside the house directly opposite ours. They're quite some distance away. It's a wide street, so I can't make out much of the way in features, but the fact that they're wearing all white makes them stand out. They stand side by side and seem to be just staring into the distance. Suddenly, they turn and make eye contact, startling me. I do what I think is polite and give them a wave, but they don't wave back, so I just look away, unnerved. I think back to that day we visited the model home. We were the only ones there. Well, the only prospective buyers. It was just us and the developer on his lonesome. Superficially charming, wearing a perma grin, dressed in all white. I'd thought nothing of it at the time. It was a warm day, so why not? Ah, Roman exclaims, turning off the ignition. Home sweet home. Let's check it out, my lovely. An hour later, we are in the living room. Boxes, books, and clothes are scattered around the room. I've changed into a hooded top and pajama bottoms, and chucked my denim jacket onto the sofa, next to Ronan's hideous sports jacket. I take out a large framed photo from one of the boxes. It's of myself and Ronan on our wedding day. I stare at it for a few seconds before placing it on the mantelpiece. I turn to look out the front window. I can see the house opposite, and outside it once again, that old man and old woman, except this time he's wearing Ronan's chinos and plaid shirt. And the woman, she's wearing dungarees just like mine. And they've now been joined by another old woman, but she's in all white, just like they were earlier. They're staring ahead into space, just like earlier. And just like before, they suddenly turn their heads in sync to look straight at me. I gasp and reach out for the curtains and yank them across. I wonder if I'm just seeing things, or just not seeing the right things. The street is pretty wide, and those old people are far away, but I dare not pull the curtains back to have a peek. Not yet. Instead, I busy myself with more unpacking. An hour later, I'm feeling all that dust in my hair and up in my sinuses, so I go upstairs to take a shower. The bathroom gets all steamed up, and I open the window. And there they are. The three of them, staring ahead. The other two are dressed as before, but now the third lady, she's wearing my hooded top and pajama bottoms. "Ronan?" I yell. "Ronan!" The elderly gang look up at me. I slam the window shut. Enter Ronan. "What's up, my lovely?" Then he senses something's up. "Hey, you okay?" he asks. I gesture to the window. "Just look, open it." He frowns, complies, peers out. What? What am I looking at exactly, my lovely?" he asks. I take a look. The streets are empty. I slam the window shut. Dinner time. Ronan makes a mess and a lot of noise when he's eating. He loves it, but I have no appetite. What are those people? Am I losing my mind? The street's wide and they aren't close. Maybe I just need a proper look at them, so... My head's down, my dinner's untouched, and I'm on my phone. Amazon. Let's get some binoculars. But scrolling's been a bone of contention in our marriage for quite some time. The chewing stops, the clash of cutlery on crockery stops. I can feel Ronan's eyes on my scalp. I look up. His eyes lock onto mine and narrow. "Didn't we talk about phones during dinner, my lovely?" he asks. "Okay, well, I mean, it's not like you're saying anything. If you have something to talk about, then..." But he's right. And I know he is, so I don't finish that sentence and I put my phone down. We eat in silence for a few seconds until we both try and speak at the same time. "Do you..." I start. "So, he begins. We both laugh nervously. "Sorry, go ahead," he says. "Oh, out of curiosity, do you still have those binoculars? The one your brother got you?" That stupid grin returns to his face, but it's taken on some wryness. I've been rumbled, and that makes me mad. "Look, Ronan, it's not funny." He points at me, finger quavering. "I see dead people," he whispers. "I mean, if they appear and disappear, then they have to be ghosts." I yell. I'm mad, and then immediately embarrassed as soon as I say my ridiculous theory out loud. I try to speak a bit more clearly. "Aren't you worried about someone watching us?" I figure it's probably best not to mention that they also appear to be dressing like us. "Watching?" he shrieks in a high-pitched whisper. I think it's Gollum he's going for. "They're watching me?" I push my plate away and stand up. It's not lost on Ronan. "Oh, Stevie, my lovely," he stammers. "I'm sorry." I storm out before he can apologize and try and explain myself. I head for the living room and slam the door behind me. I lean against it, close my eyes, and take a deep breath in. All my disastrous life choices, past and future, appear before me like a slideshow from hell. I breathe out. I open my eyes. The room's still a mess from unpacking. I glance at the window, then up at the wedding photo up on the mantelpiece. Ronan in his three-piece suit, me in my white dress. We do look good. Well, we did, on that day. My eyes shift back to the window. I march over to it determined. Determined to do what? I don't know. But for a few seconds I feel determined. I yank the curtains open to look down upon an empty street. No elderly gang, no neighbors, nobody. The next day I'm sat on the toilet, knickers around my ankles, barefoot, scrolling through Reddit. AMA, AITA, all the acronymized fun it can offer. Suddenly my phone rings. A rare occurrence these days. I answer it. Hello? Amazon delivery for you. Ah, thanks. Just leave it by the door. A few seconds later, I hear a car pull away. I finish my bathroom business and make my way down to the front door. I open it. There's the box on the ground, but it's clearly been tampered with. I can see the binoculars I ordered last night amongst the pieces of styrofoam. I pick them up and survey them. The lenses, they've been scratched. I can't see a thing out of them. I don't dare look across the street and instead hurry back indoors. A few hours later and I'm doing it again, marching determinedly, this time for the first time across the street. The cadence of my stilettoed heels clip-clopping on the ground indicate determination. I've splashed on a bit of makeup on. I've ditched the baggy clothes for a white cardigan and floral dress. I'm carrying a cake box, and inside this cake box is cake. Carrot cake specifically. It's time to meet the neighbors. I'm marching across the street determinedly, and I'm also crapping myself just a bit. And I almost completely crap myself when I come to the front yard of the house across the street. It's got the same brilliant red bush sprouting out of it, just like ours. How is that possible? It hadn't been there when we moved in. At least, I hadn't seen it. The street is wide, but not that wide. I should have been able to see it. I walk up to the front door. Deep breath. I ring the doorbell. No answer. I knock. I wait. No answer. I go over to the window. Knock. No answer. Curtains are drawn. Back to the front door. Hand on the door handle. It opens. Hello? I call out as I enter the hallway. I'm just from across the road. We just moved in. A denim jacket and sports jacket, identical to mine and Ronan's, are hung up on the wall. I reach out to touch them. They feel the same as ours too. I can hear faint music coming from within the house, a tune I've heard before. I walk into the living room, and the music's louder. It's Tonight You Belong to Me. The layout of the living room is identical to ours, but there are no boxes. It's not far off what we saw when we checked out the model home, but it's now also well decorated and homely. Some flowers from the bush outside are in a vase on the mantelpiece, and above the mantelpiece is our framed wedding photo, except someone has cut out mine and Ronan's faces. I scream, the cake falls from my hands, and I run. I seem to take an age to sprint across the street. It seems wider than ever. Or maybe it's because you can't really sprint in stilettos. I don't know. I just need to get inside and away. I'm inside, gasping for breath. I slam the front door behind me, kick off my stupid shoes, and run into the living room. I close the curtains. I run up the stairs. I'm halfway up when I hear the doorbell. I stop. I try to breathe quietly. I creep up. 3 loud knocks, and I can't help but scream, and now I'm sobbing. I creep back down to the living room. I stand by the window. I'm crying out, resigned to my fate. There's a very gentle knock, knock, knock on the window. I slowly open the curtains. Outside on the front lawn stand half a dozen men and women. Some are wearing my outfits, the dungarees, the floral dress, the cardigan. Some are in Ronan's. All of them are wearing masks, cutouts of either mine or Ronan's face from the wedding photo. And then I can hear it again. Tonight you belong to me. I turn. Ronan's in the living room. Cake box in one hand, flowers from the red bush in the other. He's wearing a mask, too, the cutout of his own face. Or is he? I can't tell. Hello, my lovely, he says. What's wrong? Over the course of the next few weeks, half a dozen men and women became several dozen, became hundreds. All wearing masks of Ronan and me, all dressed in dungarees, Plaid shirt, chinos, t-shirts of bands he never listens to. Roman sandals, that dress I bought in Bali. Hundreds of them, out in the front yard, across and then down the street, just staring at us. Well, just me because Ronan can't see them, and I'm not sure they can see him. So one day, I let them in. It was getting pretty crowded out there. The day I let them in, they just kind of drifted into the house, into our 4-bed, 2-bathroom, 1,490 square foot living accommodation spread over 2 floors. And every day they stand around wearing those masks, dressed in our clothes, presumably watching us, in the converted attic and the spacious garage, whilst Ronan and I go about our day, watching as we eat, watching as we sleep, watching as we use the bathroom, watching as we screw. I tried ignoring them. I yelled at them a few times. Once I hit one of them. They never respond, never speak, and never hit back. 10 years later and they're still with us. There must be millions of them now, drifting around Ronan and I and our 2.4 children. They're here right now, as we watch the sun set, as our 2.4 children play in the south-facing garden, with a joy and abandonment that most people can only dream of. The road to the cabin was older than I was. A narrow strip of dirt carved between towering pines. The kind of road that never stayed tame. Every year Dad would clear the worst of the overgrowth, smooth out the deeper ruts, and scatter fresh gravel where he could. But the forest always took it back. The woods had a way of reclaiming what belonged to them. Now, with him gone, it felt like we were trespassing. "You sure this is the right way?" Ryan asked, peering through the windshield. The trees pressed in close, their skeletal limbs arching over the road like fingers reaching for something just out of grasp. The truck's headlights carved out brief tunnels of visibility before the darkness swallowed everything whole again. "Yeah," I said. "It just looks different." Ryan exhaled through his nose, shifting in his seat. "Dad used to say you could blindfold him, drop him anywhere in these woods, and he'd find his way back to the cabin." I didn't answer. I'd heard that 100 times, usually from Dad himself, grinning over a campfire. You could walk these woods in the dark if you knew them well enough. Sometimes the stories changed. Sometimes it was Grandpa who built the place. Sometimes it was his father before him. But the core remained. This land had been in our family for generations. Dad had grown up here, his father before him. And yet, for the first time in my life, I struggled to recognize the road. The woods felt different this year. Thicker, hungrier. I tightened my grip on the wheel. The forest didn't change. People did. The truck jolted as we hit a deep pothole and Ryan cursed, bracing himself against the door. "Jesus, man, suspension's not that good." "You could always walk." "Funny." He glanced at his phone, but the screen showed nothing but a spinning wheel of failure. No signal. "This place is a black hole." I let out a dry chuckle. "You act like this is new." Ryan had always been different from me, the type to complain about no Wi-Fi and keep the outdoors at arm's length. He wasn't a bad hunter. He could shoot just fine, but he'd never loved the woods the way Dad had, the way I did. He adjusted his ball cap, frowning at the dark tree line. "I don't remember it getting dark this early." "It's the cloud cover," I said. The sky had been gray since noon, thick with the promise of rain. It should have bothered me more than it did. The world felt dimmer out here, as if the sun didn't touch this place the same way it touched everywhere else. The last bend in the road came up fast, revealing the cabin as we cleared the trees. A dark silhouette nestled in the clearing, untouched by time. The porch sagged a little more than I remembered, but otherwise, it was exactly as Dad had left it. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. We're here. Ryan made a face. Cozy. I ignored him, throwing the truck into park and stepping into the gravel drive. The air hit me first, cool and damp, laced with the familiar scent of wet leaves and pine. The ground was soft, with fallen foliage and dead leaves crunching underfoot as I approached the porch. Ryan lingered by the truck, stuffing his hands into his jacket pockets. You ever think about selling it? I stopped at the bottom of the steps. No. He hesitated. Mom mentioned it. I turned to look at him, my jaw tightening. I said no. Ryan sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. All right, man. Forget I asked. I exhaled slowly, pushing the door open. The hinges groaned, the air inside thick with dust and the ghosts of old campfires. It smelled like home. Ryan flicked on a flashlight, the beam cutting across the room. Everything was just as we'd left it last winter. Hunting rifles mounted over the stone fireplace, old maps pinned to the walls, the couch covered in a faded quilt Mom had sewn years ago. The wood stove sat cold in the corner, logs stacked neatly beside it, waiting for hands that hadn't returned. Feels weird without him, huh? Ryan said, softer this time. I swallowed against the tightness in my throat. Yeah. Silence settled between us, heavy and unspoken. Ryan exhaled, rubbing his hands together. All right, I say we drink in honor of the old man. Then we start the fire before we freeze to death. I managed a half smile. Sounds like a plan. We built the fire outside like we always had. The wood burned low, glowing embers casting flickering shadows over the clearing. The whiskey was cheap, but it burned just fine, warming us from the inside out as we passed the bottle between us. You hear that? Ryan asked suddenly. I frowned. What? Ryan cocked his head, listening. Nothing. I realized he was right. The forest had gone silent. No crickets, no rustling in the brush, no distant hoot of an owl, just the fire and our own breathing. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end. Then, from deep in the woods, something howled. It wasn't a wolf. It wasn't a coyote. It was deeper, resonant. Ryan tensed. That's not normal. I licked my lips, watching the tree line. The sound was distant, almost distorted as if coming from somewhere much farther away, but reaching us all the same. Then, just as suddenly, the fire dimmed. Not from the wind, not from anything natural. The flames shrank, flickered, and then guttered low as if something unseen was pressing against them. Ryan's hand went to the knife at his belt. Luke? Then the woods exhaled. The sound returned all at once. The rustling of leaves, the whisper of the trees, the distant chirp of crickets. The fire surged back to life, crackling bright and whole again. Like nothing had happened. Ryan let out a slow breath. You want to tell me what the hell that was? I stared at the darkened forest, my jaw tight. Somewhere out there, something had been watching. I could feel it. I just didn't know what. The woods were different in the morning. They always were. Last night's fire had burned down to a pile of pale ash, the empty whiskey bottle beside it. The trees, which had felt vast and unknowable in the dark, now stretched upward like ancient pillars, their canopies breaking apart the gray sky above. I stood on the porch, rifle slung over my shoulder, breathing in the crisp morning air. Everything smelled damp, earthy, fresh, and oddly still. The kind of silence that felt placed rather than natural. Behind me, Ryan shuffled out of the cabin, rubbing sleep from his eyes. Coffee? I held up my thermos. Already made. He groaned. You're a menace. I smirked, taking a sip. You're slow. He grumbled something under his breath, then flopped onto the porch chairs, staring out at the tree line. We heading out soon? Yeah, figured we'd set up by the creek. Always good tracking there. Ryan exhaled, rubbing a hand over his face. Man, I still can't stop thinking about last night. That sound. I stayed quiet. It didn't sound like a coyote, he said, glancing at me. Or a wolf. No. Ryan frowned. Then what? I took another sip of coffee. Don't know. That was a lie. I did know, or at least I had an idea. Something had been out there last night, something that had watched us from the trees, pressed itself against the edges of the firelight, just beyond where we could see. I'd felt it, that awful, dragging weight in my gut. But I wasn't about to say that to Ryan. He pushed himself up, stretching. All right, let's get going before I change my mind. The forest was quiet, not in the way it should have been. No rustling leaves, no squirrels darting through the underbrush, no birds calling overhead, just the sound of our boots pressing into damp earth and the soft, distant murmur of the creek. Ryan noticed it too. He kept glancing up, brows furrowed, like he expected something to move between the trees. Feels dead, he muttered. I nodded. Too quiet. It wasn't normal. Even in colder months, the forest had life, but here, now, it was like everything had left. Or worse, like it had been driven away. We walked on, rifles in hand, eyes scanning the trees. A thin mist curled between the trunks, soft, almost lazy. It wasn't unusual for the mornings to be foggy this time of year, but it felt off. Too still, too heavy. Then I saw it. A deer stood just before the clearing ahead. A buck, tall and unmoving, its body partially hidden in the fog. Something about it made my stomach turn. Ryan stopped beside me. You see that? Yeah. The buck didn't move. Its antlers curled high above its head, but they looked wrong, jagged, almost too thick for its skull. I lifted my rifle, peering through the scope. Then my breath hitched. Its throat was slit. Not fresh, dark, dried blood matted its fur, a gaping wound stretching from ear to chest. But the deer was still standing. I dropped the rifle, blinking hard. Gone. The clearing was empty. I sucked in a slow breath. Did you... Ryan shook his head. I don't want to talk about it. By mid-afternoon, the mist hadn't lifted. It should have. The sun had been up for hours, but the fog clung to the trees, curling around their trunks like something living. Ryan had gone quiet. He kept his rifle close, eyes flicking between the trees like he expected something to jump out. I didn't blame him. Neither of us had spoken about the deer that wasn't there. We were headed back to the cabin when we heard it. A horn, deep, resonant. A single, drawn-out note carried through the mist. I stopped in my tracks. My breath caught in my throat. Ryan turned to me, eyes wide. That wasn't real, right? I didn't answer. The sound had come from deep in the woods, too far for a hunter, too old to be from anything modern. Then from somewhere much closer, the hounds began to bay. We ran. Not in a panicked sprint, but fast enough to get out. The cabin wasn't far. If we kept moving, we'd be fine. We just had to. Ryan wasn't there. Nothing. My pulse hammered. Ryan? The trees loomed, their dark forms swallowed by the fog. The forest held its breath. Then just ahead I saw him. A figure standing partially hidden between the trees. I exhaled dark, moving toward him. Jesus, Ryan, don't... I stopped. It wasn't him. The figure was too tall, too broad, wrapped in old hunting leathers, shadowed under a hood. He didn't move. I swallowed hard, gripping my rifle. The huntsman. He stood still as death, watching. The hounds were close now. Their howls wove through the trees, circling, tightening. The huntsman raised a hand. He pointed straight at me. My breath turned shallow. My legs refused to move. Then from behind me, Luke? Ryan's voice. I turned. He stood there breathless, wide-eyed. We need to go. I turned back toward the clearing. Empty. The huntsman was gone. We didn't talk on the way back. When we finally reached the porch, Ryan turned to me. His face was pale. What the hell was that? I shook my head, trying to steady my breathing. I don't know. Ryan's jaw tightened. He turned, staring out at the trees. The mist was fading now. The hunt was over. For now. I stepped inside, locking the door behind me, but deep in my gut, I knew. A locked door wouldn't stop him. The wind shifted. I felt it before I heard anything, the air growing heavier, pressing against my skin like something tangible. The trees, so silent before, seemed to hold their breath. Ryan stood beside me on the porch, his jaw clenched. He's coming. I swallowed, fingers tightening around my rifle. We both knew. The fire had burned out, but I still smelled smoke, charred wood, and something more profound. Earthy, like damp fur and rot. The huntsman was near. Ryan exhaled, shoulders stiff. Do you think... The sound cut him off. A hunting horn, deep and ancient, echoed through the trees. The bang followed, rolling through the mist in waves. The hounds had found their prey. Ryan turned to me. His voice was low, resigned. You should go inside. I shook my head. No. His face was pale, but he gave me a weak smile. Didn't think you would. The mist swallowed the tree line, curling toward the cabin like fingers reaching through the dark. And then they stepped through. First, the hounds. They weren't dogs, not really. Their bodies were too lean, too long, their movements too fluid, too human. Their eyes, they weren't animal eyes. I sucked in a breath. They were human eyes. One hound had a scar running down its throat like it had been slit. Another was missing an eye, the socket raw and red. The realization settled, thick and awful. These weren't just hounds. They were past souls. Hunters. Men. People who had been judged. Ryan stared at them, breath shallow. Jesus. And then the huntsman stepped forward. He loomed over us, broad and impossibly still. His leathers were worn, stitched together from things that had never belonged to man. His hood was low, shadowing his face. But then he lifted his head. My breath caught. His face was withered, mummified, like something long dead and preserved in the cold. His features were sunken, lips curled back over blackened teeth. When he exhaled, his breath met the cold air, curling in wisps of steam. The sound wasn't human. It was like the forest itself was breathing. My hands shook. Ryan was staring, not in fear, in understanding. The huntsman raised a gloved hand, and he pointed to Ryan. Ryan let out a shaky breath. I get it now. I turned to him, my pulse hammering. What? He didn't look at me. His gaze was locked on the huntsman, on the hound with the slit throat. Ryan's voice was hoarse. It's because of the deer. My blood ran cold. The one we saw? He whispered. The one that wasn't there? I shook my head. Ryan, what are you talking about? He finally looked at me, his expression unreadable. Dad and I went hunting when I was younger, he said. His voice was distant, like he was watching the memory play out. We shot a deer, but it didn't die right away. It was suffering. I didn't know what to do, so I slit its throat. His breath hitched. But it didn't die right away. It still struggled. It still suffered. I felt sick. Ryan exhaled. This is my judgment, Luke. The hounds shifted. The huntsman stepped forward. Ryan's voice cracked. I think I have to go. No. My voice came out raw. No, we can fix this. We can. I turned to the huntsman. Take me instead. The huntsman didn't move. I clenched my fists. You hear me? Take me instead. Still, he said nothing, because he didn't have to. This had never been a negotiation. The horn blew again. Ryan stepped forward. His hands were shaking, but he kept his head high. It's okay, Luke. No, I choked. He gave me a small, sad smile. You were always the better hunter anyway. I watched, helpless, as he crossed the threshold into the mist. The hounds closed in, and then he was gone. I stood there for a long time. The forest felt empty now. The huntsman had vanished, his hounds with him. The trees stood silent and unyielding. The air was still. Ryan was gone. Forever. I turned back inside the cabin. My hands were cold. My chest was empty. The rifle sat against the wall, waiting. I stared at it for a long time, and then I took it, stepped back outside, and walked into the trees. The forest was dark. The mist had begun to roll back in, swirling between the trees. I moved forward, slow and steady, and then I saw it. A deer stood ahead of me. A buck, tall and unmoving, its body partially hidden in the fog. It didn't run. It watched me. I lifted the rifle and aimed. My hands didn't shake. I fired. The deer staggered, but it didn't fall. Blood darkened its side, but it was still standing. I let the rifle lower. The wound would kill it eventually. It would suffer first, and that was enough. A shape moved at the edge of the trees. A hound stepped into view. It didn't move. I exhaled, my breath curling in the cold air. I knew what it was. I knew who it was. Ryan. He watched me, silent, waiting. I closed my eyes. I was always his big brother. It was my job to protect him. And since I couldn't, I would suffer with him. A small suitcase slipped out of an open overhead compartment as I passed by. It would have whacked me in the head if the flight attendant packing inside another luggage had not caught it. Her rosy lips yielded a wave of apologies, and I couldn't help but feel no anger in the face of such beauty. Unfortunately, she was most likely married, as the diamond ring on her ring finger indicated. I gave her a small smile and mumbled, "It's all right." I went further down the aisle and found my seat. My heart jumped to my throat when I saw I was to sit right by the window, but I didn't want to make a scene asking to change seats. I had tried that in the past and it had always merely become a headache. Either my assigned seatmates took offense, there were no other seats left, or the flight attendants simply told me to stop complaining and sit. Besides, my co-passenger looked really hot. She was a fairly young woman with big honkers, curly brown hair, and a radiant smile which I had the honor to be given. I reciprocated it, looked at the honkers once more, and sat down next to her. I wanted to spark a conversation, see where she was headed, and if a date was a possibility, but my phone buzzed. I pulled it out and saw a photo of Savannah and Mitch holding a trophy. Underneath was a text. "We won, Dad. We won." A surge of joy flooded me as I beamed at the picture of my children. Only 13 and already so brilliant. I had told them I was sorry I wouldn't be able to accompany them to the science competition so many times. They had to tell me to shut up. They understood. They weren't mad. They knew my job was what paid their private school and allowed them to compete in the first place. As a business consultant, I have always had to travel around the States, but that never diminished my lamenting the time not spent with my children. The nanny could only do so much. I was their parent, and they were my everything. At last, I was just a flight away from Philadelphia, soon to be with them again. I was contemplating which restaurant I should take them to for a celebration, whether they'd be in the mood for a Philly cheesesteak or a nice banana split topped with whipped cream and cherries, when I heard a woman in the rear section of the plane scream, "Stop the plane! Stop the plane!" I frowned. I turned around, put my right hand on the headrest and lifted myself up so I could see the seats behind me. A lady with a neatly tied blonde bun and a Gucci-looking sports clothes was standing up in the seat space, arguing with a flight attendant who was unsuccessfully trying to calm her down. I caught phrases like, "See what happens," and "Please don't let this plane take off," delivered in a fearful voice. The lady then said she was getting off and stepped into the aisle. Another flight attendant blocked her path, and another argument ensued. I lowered myself back down onto my seat, but continued to listen and steal glances of the scene behind me. I didn't know how to react. The woman's tone brewed terror, but she seemed crazy, and I had seen too many crazy people in my life to take her even remotely seriously. I started to regret choosing economy over business or first class. After some heated, colorful words, the flight attendant stepped aside, making way for the lady who screamed, "I am getting out," with tears in her voice. She stopped and turned around to say, "Because there is a stupid dude," pointing her finger to the distance. Then she turned forward and strolled down the aisle saying, "I'm telling you, I'm getting off, and there's a reason I'm getting off." She stopped to turn around again, only a few meters ahead of where I sat. She raised her hand and pointed to the back of the plane, proclaiming, "And everyone can either believe it or they cannot believe it. I don't care, but I am telling you right now, that guy back there is not real." Almost everyone sitting in the lady's vicinity turned their heads towards the back of the plane, me included. I did not know who she was pointing at, and it seemed neither did the other passengers. She was probably hallucinating or something. And you can sit on this plane, and you can die with them or not. I am not going to die. She lowered her hand, turned around and proceeded toward the front of the plane where the business class and the entry door were. Leaving my view, one man hollered a phlegmatic "Bye" at her. All passengers resumed their previous activities, and no one else tried to leave the plane. They all seemed to have reached a silent consensus that the woman was just crazy. The sexy lady next to me was the only one to voice it. Jesus, that woman is nuts. She turned her head towards me. She looked totally faded. I nodded and said, "Yeah, too much meth probably." The woman chuckled. "I'm Bryony, by the way," she said. "That's a nice name." I lied. Bryony was no better than Peggy or Zuma, but she was still perky and delicious, so I disregarded her name. "I'm Lance," I said. Not that Lance was any better of a name. "Nice to meet you, Lance." Bryony shook my hand. Her fingers were slender and manicured with a cool feel. I hope she didn't notice the sweat on my palms. "Is Philadelphia your last stop?" she asked. "Yes, going back to my family," I said. "A business trip then?" asked Bryony. "You guessed it," I grinned. "How about you?" "Oh, I'm just on a fun adventure," said Bryony, and her eyes twinkled with mischief. I loved zesty women. "Gonna stop in Philadelphia for a while and explore the city and all its delicacies. I'm originally from Missouri. I had to get away from that misery eventually." I snorted and nodded. "I know what you mean, but, since we have a common destination, would you like to go somewhere together? I know a restaurant in downtown Philly." My voice sounded confident, but I certainly didn't feel confident. Not with my guts at the back of my throat. "But don't you have a wife?" Bryony asked. "You said you were going back to your family." I hoped she wouldn't ask this, but this kind of conversation would have bubbled up sooner or later anyway. "Yeah, well, I'm going home to my twins. They're 13. Amazing kids, but I don't have a wife anymore. She died 11 years ago." Bryony's smile froze. Well, she chewed on her lip. "I'm really sorry about that. Are you sure you want to go out with me?" I shook my head. No, it's all right. It was a long time ago. It really is how they say. Time makes everything better. Don't worry, I'm fine." That wasn't entirely true. I might have been able to look at the photo of my wife without tears pricking at my eyes, but I still felt uneasy on a plane. Okay, I regularly crapped my pants on a plane. I worried I would die in a crash, just like she did. Who wouldn't crap their pants in my situation? "So would you like to go out with me when we land?" I asked again. Bryony smiled. "Yeah, that would be great." My mouth was close to returning the smile, but then I felt saliva pool in them and my stomach lurched up again. This time I knew I couldn't keep it down. The familiar cold sweat started building up at the back of my neck, and I drew in a sharp breath as I stood up. "Excuse me, I'll be right back." I mumbled towards Bryony, whose eyes widened. "Are you all right?" she asked as I passed around her into the aisle. "We'll be taking off soon." I gagged at those words, but forced myself to smile at her and say in a semi-calm tone, "I'm just going to the bathroom. I'll be quick." I took in deep breaths through my nose, grateful that none of the passengers paid me attention as I passed by their seats. They all had their heads buried in phones or tablets. A sturdy flight attendant before me closed one of the overhead compartments, turned towards me and put her hands on the headrests of the seats on her sides, blocking my path. She had full lips and a large behind that I would have appreciated had I not felt like total crap. "Excuse me, sir, but you have to sit down," she said. "We'll be taking off soon." My breath hitched as a tremor passed through me. I felt so bad I started shivering, and the air conditioning wasn't helping. The sturdy lady raised her eyebrows and sighed. "If you also saw something weird, I can assure you, sir, there is nothing to worry about. The plane is safe, and we are about to take off." The lady was probably just confused by something. I shut my eyes and shook my head. "Oh, no, no, no. It's not that. Just, please, I need to go to the bathroom." "But sir, we'll be taking off soon," the lady said. "You have to be in your seat." Only now that I looked her straight in the eyes, did I notice her pupils were extremely enlarged, as if she were under the influence of Zaza, or something even creepier. The screaming woman's words came to my mind again, but whatever paranoia wanted to haunt me was subdued by a wretch. I covered my mouth with my fist, and the lady's face indicated that she started to understand my situation. "Please, I'll be quick," I said. "I just urgently need it. This can't wait. Please." I so hated these stupid plane rules. I knew they were to keep me safe, but they also held me away from the toilet when I needed it, and something always came out either of my ends when I flew. "Oh, Jesus, Lord, all right." The lady sounded startled. She was probably afraid I was going to throw up on her, which I would if she didn't get out of my way soon. Fortunately, she did, although the space was so small I had to grind my way past her. We both certainly looked like idiots to the onlooking passengers. I just hoped Bryony wasn't looking. I stumbled to the pitifully small toilet cabin and struggled with the strange handle for a while. As soon as I managed to open it, I jumped in, slammed it behind me. It opened again. I slammed it closed again. It opened. I cursed and then saw there was a special lock, so I utilized that to keep the door closed. Then I felt the plane move. We were backing away from the gate, heading for the runway. That did it for me. I gagged and leaned over the toilet. I vomited up my meager breakfast and panted and strained over the bowl for some while. I hated barfing on a plane. The space was a claustrophobic prison, and there were no winds to let in real fresh air. Not from that stupid AC, and the feeling always awoke thoughts of my dead wife. I pulled out a couple of napkins and wiped the sweat from my brow and the vomit from my mouth. I coughed a few more times to get rid of the slimy feeling in my throat. Then I realized there were hundreds of passengers around me on this flight, and the walls of this little rectal hole weren't exactly noise-proof. I prayed none of them could hear me. After washing my hands and face, I learned with dread that the paper napkins had run out. I was suspicious about the toilet paper's cleanliness, so I resolved to leave my hands and mouth wet. The AC above my seat was strong enough to tear a man's skin off upon impact, after all, so it would surely dry me in no time. I walked out of the toilet cabin and tried my utmost to appear calm and collected, as if I definitely hadn't puked up my guts in there. Still, there was this nagging paranoia that everyone knew exactly what I did in the bathroom. The paranoia became reality when a young man with a wide smile, sitting in an aisle seat, looked up at me. "Here, sir, take this," he said in an amicable, polite tone, offering me a small packet. "It relieves nausea and an upset stomach, especially from motion sickness. There are 2 last tablets in there. Best to take 2 for maximum effect." I gave the man a weird eye. Why the hell was he offering me tablets? Was this Dramamine? I focused my vision and saw that yes, it was. How did this man know I had run out of Dramamine? No, what was I thinking? This man didn't know I had run out of Dramamine. He was likely just being polite, wanted to help. There were still altruistic folks out there after all. Why did that screaming woman have to board a plane with me? Thanks, I said, accepting the Dramamine packet. I appreciated the man's help, but the dude was still smiling. Didn't his cheeks hurt already? Maybe only his rear ones did. Be that as it may, it looked robotic instead of natural, like that smile was the default state of his lips. But this was no robot. I was just paranoid again. The teeth of the lady passenger sitting to my left still looked a bit sharp, but then I saw they were just rotten. Crystal meth enthusiasts were called vampires for a reason. Dang that crazy woman for putting these stressful thoughts in my head. I'm Michael, by the way, the young man said. It was nice to meet you, sir. I hope you feel better. I accepted his hand, feeling like I was in a business meeting again. My name's Lance. Nice to meet you too. But we weren't in a business meeting. I stood in the middle of an aisle in a cramped airplane and someone's front soon pressed up against my butt. Sir, the plane is already on the runway. We'll take off in a minute, said a female voice I recognize as that of the big butt flight attendant. You have to be seated with your belt fastened. I looked behind my shoulder, met those creepy large pupils and said, yes ma'am, sorry. I'm going to my seat. Have a good flight, sir, said Michael. Yeah, thanks, I said and strode down the aisle to the very front. I saw Bryony's smiling head peeking out from behind her seat. As I sat down next to her, she said, "Aw, Michael gave you some medicine, I see." You know the man? I asked, buckling my seatbelt. Was she already taken and didn't tell me? Yeah, said Bryony. That's my brother. We're traveling together, but we're sitting apart because the bureaucrats of the airline monopoly don't care that you're family, and they often put you on opposite ends of a column. I chuckled. This girl was the right kind of crazy, just the way I liked. I wondered what monopoly she could unleash in the bed. You seem really nervous, though, Bryony said. You sure you're okay? Yeah, I just don't really like flying, I said. It was an understatement, though. Bryony shrugged. I get that many folks don't like it, but I don't get why. So you mean you don't get it? I said. Yeah, said Bryony. Because for me, all I feel when I'm flying is thrill. Seriously, there is nothing better than that. All the clouds and landscapes underneath. It's really pretty, and I especially like what's going on inside the plane. It never gets boring here. Each trip, new people. I smirked and said, well, Philadelphia never gets boring either. I'm sure we'll have lots of fun there together. Bryony smirked back. Oh, I'm sure we will, big boy. I chuckled in surprise, not at all prepared to be called that. I saw the reasoning, though. I was the healthiest body type, lean but thick. I started imagining Bryony's curious hands exploring my torso downwards, when the moving plane shook and tilted backwards. We took off. My hands reached to my seatbelt, making sure it was buckled. It was. I then gripped the handle of my seat. The plane tilted further backwards and sped up. I glanced out the window despite myself and felt bile rush up my throat. We were in the air, several feet above the ground, and we were moving high up, higher and higher. I shut my eyes, hell-bent on not puking in front of my potential date. Are you okay? Bryony put her hand on mine. A different kind of shiver rushed through me. I sucked in a breath and faked a smile. Yeah, I'm alright. I then decided to use humor to conquer my fears, which usually helped. Let's hope the plane doesn't crash and we don't die, I said jovially, looking outside the window again at the shrinking trees. The airport, houses, roads, and the first clouds. I felt the bile again and had to close my eyes. This wasn't helping. Oh, we certainly won't die, Bryony said. I froze. What the hell did she mean? I turned to her with scrunched up brows. Her sultry red lips were now twisted in a wide smile. But you certainly will. I wanted to ask her what she was talking about, but she was already leaning out of her seat into the aisle. She turned her head towards the rear end and shouted, "Michael, now!" I looked to the back and saw Michael turn into a pale, long-limbed creature. He jumped on top of the seat in front of him and bit into the head of a passenger. The people around screamed in terror as Michael leapt onto the aisle and slit the throat of another passenger. My heart drummed in my ears. I averted my gaze to Bryony. Her face was no longer the one I fell in love with, but that of a ghoulish creature with no nose. Glowing yellow eyes, gray skin, and a myriad of sharp teeth. I had no time to react before she sank her teeth into the flesh of my neck. The thought of my children the last thing on my mind. I woke up in a hospital. A machine was breathing for me, and both my legs were encased in casts. The doctor came in shortly and told me that the plane crashed into the lake near the airport, making it a smooth landing. A lady who chose to stay anonymous pressed on my wound and called the ambulance. I wanted to ask about the creatures, but before I opened my mouth, I decided not to be so blunt. I asked in a vaguer way, "What caused the crash?" The doctor said, "From what we were told, the lady who saved you refused to speak about what happened, but there were 2 other survivors." She was saying this as if she was telling a funny family story. They said there were some monsters on board. Ghouls, they said. What they didn't say was that they were drunk off their butts. But it was obvious. I'm genuinely surprised the alcohol didn't kill them before the crash. I was stunned by the doctor's boldness, but he had a point. And of course, no one would believe drunks, and no one would believe me either. So I didn't comment on the monster part. "So, no one else survived?" I asked. "No," the doctor said. Then his face took on a more serious tone. "I'm sorry, sir. Was anyone traveling with you?" I thought back to Bryony, and how her face went from a beautiful canvas to that monstrosity. I shuddered and resolved to stop thinking about that moment. I closed my eyes, pursing my lips. "No," I said. "I just met someone on the way, but it's fine. Condolences to the family, of course." I was bumbling at this point. "Condolences for sure," the doctor said. "Those caskets sure will have to stay closed. I probably shouldn't be telling you this. Sensitive matter and all, you know, but..." He lowered his face and grimaced. Almost every passenger had at least one body part missing. Torn apart, many of them. He gestured weirdly around himself. I felt the familiar sting of bile in my throat. "Well, maybe it was that dog on board," I said. "Didn't the dog attack the passengers?" The doctor frowned. "Sir, there was no dog on board. We had no account of any animal traveling on your flight." I licked my lips, feeling dizzy. "Sure, maybe I just mistook someone for a dog. I don't know." I ran my palm over my face. "Sorry, I'm talking nonsense. Could you get me some more water?" "Yeah, I'll send the nurse," said the doctor. "I will come back in an hour to check on you again, sir." It was just me again. Me and the beeping monitor. I was sure what I saw was real, but my certainty wouldn't convince anyone else. No proof was left except for 2 drunks with wild claims. If those 2 creatures or whatever had this all planned, then well done. They had their feast, or game, or whatever they wanted to accomplish. And no one would ever know what they are. Or maybe I could write about this and post it on some internet platform. Surely there would be some person, at least one person, who would take me seriously. I was overcome with the desire to speak out. to let the world know what happened. Well, world, I meant people on the internet. It could be worth a shot. I typed up my story and posted it on a few sites I deemed suitable. I am now seated behind my desk, leaned back against my armchair, hands folded over my head. The knowledge of my children sleeping soundly a floor above me is warm and soothing. My hospital stay had worried them, but it was quickly washed down with some Philly cheesesteak and banana split. My mind sometimes wanders to the moment when I thought I would never see them again, and if I ever thought listening to Bill Cosby talk was uncomfortable, I can now say I would rather listen to him speak for hours on end than think about that again. I almost thought of it again. I'm going to need some more Jack. I might not understand what I saw, but I know I saw something unusual. I need answers, but I'm not going to make them up just for the sake of having them. One thing I learned that day is that if there's ever a crazy, screaming woman on my flight ever again, I will be the first one to listen and get off the flight before she does. My job is, or at least was, working for a low-budget storage company. You find a lot of strange things that people leave behind in this sort of job. Mostly junk, sometimes valuables. Occasionally my company, Tidy Storage, would do an auction for things people left behind. But mostly they would not bother. Instead, it would be my job to go in and clear out the abandoned units and get them ready for the next customer. It was a decent living, at least until last week when I found that radio. I had just arrived at work to start my shift. I walked up to the front gate and entered the code out of habit. When nothing happened, I groaned, remembering the electronic gate was broken and I was not sure when or if it would be fixed. I fumbled for the key I had been given and unlocked the adjacent gate and stepped into the storage facility. The large padlock slipped off and clattered to the ground as the gate swung open with hinges as rusty as the rest of the dilapidated facility. I laughed briefly when I considered the company's name. Tidy Storage indeed. I guess that since our prices were dirt cheap, it was the only thing that saved whatever meager business this place eked out. I was not sure if there were other employees here, or if it was just me and the lot manager Tim, who never seemed to be around. I slipped the key back into my pocket and moved along. I found the building desolate as always. My footsteps were hollow in the quiet. It was a world of peeling paint, faded numbers, and bolts so old they flaked red onto the ground. As I walked along toward the unit I was looking for, my boots managed to find every crevice and fracture. The concrete was old and weary, like many things in the rundown place. I wondered if it would ever be fixed. I kept a steady pace. My shift had just started and I was in no rush. I did find myself wishing it had not been so quiet. The sound of isolation, the echo of nothing except my own footsteps, was disquieting. I was annoyed at myself for forgetting to charge my headphones, as I realized that the lonely ambience would likely be my only companion that day, unless I happened upon an actual person. The small circuit I walked revealed more of the storage units. Rust bloomed like a disease, spreading from corners and hinges. The numbers, once bold and bright, now faded. Looking at the degradation, I was glad that I had a recent tetanus shot. I still could not believe people would be desperate enough to even use this place to store whatever junk they couldn't live without. I guess I couldn't say much. I had to work in this mess after all. When I had started working here, I had thought the solitude might be nice. Yet now I found myself bored and slightly lonesome. Nothing stirring except the cold wind outside and the thoughts in my head. I walked deeper into the facility. Looking at a nearby unit, I was close. It was into the 100s, so I was almost to my destination. The rows of storage units stretched out in long corridors. Size was the one thing that this place did not skimp on, though it was tedious walking the grounds sometimes. The units stood shoulder to shoulder, monotonously watching me as I walked between them. Then I came upon Unit 113. It had a note left by Tim, the lot manager, and indicated that this was past the last notice for the owner to pay or clear out. Before we took possession, I managed to force upon the door, which was slightly stuck ever after unlocking it. Even in the gloom of the flickering overhead bulb, I could see how thoroughly someone had made a mess of the place. Debris littered the floor, papers lay torn or trampled, or water warped into crisp waves. A pattern was drawn on the wall, likely some kind of graffiti. I rubbed a finger over it and relaxed when I realized it was chalk and not paint. Easier to clean up. The more I looked around, the clearer it became that I'd stumbled upon someone's obsession. Old books were stacked along the walls of the unit, and falling out of crumbling boxes. The spines of the books bore weird titles and strange symbols that looked like something out of the occult. Their dusty fragrance coated the air, blending with the metallic tang of metal and wires strewn about like the aftermath of an explosion. Bits of brass and rusted tools caught the overhead's sickly light. It seemed as if whoever was using the unit had been building or repairing something. At least they were before it was just left abandoned. I found the clash between the weird books, odd chalk symbols, and the metal scrap rather jarring. I might have been overthinking it, but it was stranger than usual. Most units filled up slowly, at a pace their owners never admitted was trash, but not this one. Not when scattered across the room were papers and hastily scribbled notes and diagrams. Tapestries of ideas pinned haphazardly to the walls, with a floor littered with open books, their pages marked with frantic underlines and exclamation points. Whoever had used this space had been driven by an almost manic sense of purpose, evident in the chaotic, yet intentional arrangement of every item. I took a closer look at the weird outline. The lines of chalk had tracked like footprints across the walls and floor. Diagrams move among the chaos, haunting like disembodied vines. Lines dissected the walls, racing and looping before coming to blunt ends. Strings of symbols strayed into forgotten corners. There was a symmetry to them, a rhythm that made me wonder if they'd been left behind to be found. Near the far wall, I stumbled into an arrangement that looked less haphazard than the rest. Some of the books had been opened and left like cracked doors, a circle pattern showing through from one page to the next. I paused over it, my own breath loud in the stale air. A high-pitched tone pricked at me from somewhere above, then vanished just as quickly. I stood perfectly still, waiting for it to come again, almost wishing it would, but there was nothing except the rattle of the faulty light and the drum of my own heart. The whole room vibrated with an unsettling silence, the kind that made it impossible to think clearly. I couldn't explain why, but something about how everything was left here felt wrong. When I navigated through the tower of boxes, my eyes fixed on what lay in the center of the storage unit, an antique radio. It looked like someone had brought the thing straight from the 1940s. The thing was perched atop a old end table, laying there like it was afraid I wouldn't see it. Even from across the room, I could tell how strangely new it looked. Shiny mahogany and glass, free from the layers of grime and rot that smothered everything else. I couldn't believe someone would leave that thing behind. Whoever had used Unit 113 must have been a little eccentric. The strange drawings, books, and radio made it seem like maybe they were a conspiracy theorist or something. Whoever they were, they had lost it all now. It seemed strange they would go through all the effort to put all this here and then just abandon it. And now it was my job to clean up the mess. I felt certain there was an interesting story behind the markings and books, but mostly the pristine radio. There was something about its placement. The care with which it had been left, that piqued my interest. I told myself I would get the dolly and start carting the boxes of books out first. Yet I was too intrigued by the radio. I had to find out if it still worked, and if it did, see what it might be worth. I reached out to touch the dial and turn it on, and the radio vibrated with a weird anticipation. The odd feedback was strange. I brushed it off, and when I finally twisted the knobs, the speakers gave a pop and filled the air with static, louder than I expected and more urgent than I was ready for. I was about to turn off the device again, overwhelmed by the incessant white noise, but it finally picked up a signal, and the signal had a voice. It was no voice I had ever heard. It cracked in bursts, atonal and discordant, like the air was filled with bees, but as I drew it in, it got sharper. Less of a fuzz and more of a buzz. Less of a buzz and more of a plea. I pressed my ear close. So close I felt the hair stand at attention. I had thought the static was deafening, but I was wrong. The clarity was worse. Please, help. It was subtle. Subtle enough that I almost picked it up and pretended it was nothing but an echo in my own lonely brain. But the voice refused to die away. I thought it might be some sort of trick. Maybe some secret recording device playing something back. The voice had a far-off quality to it, like it came from another time or place or dimension, warped and bent and heartbreaking. I was not sure why, but the more I listened, the more real it had sounded. I couldn't explain, except to say I knew the way a trapped animal knows a trap. It looked in on itself, an infinite reel of terror. Please help me. I considered going to find Tim, but he was not there when I had arrived, and I was not sure if he would be at all that day. I thought about taking the strange radio to the police and seeing if they knew what to do, but something about the appeal of the voice compelled me to listen, like it was meant for me specifically, and I alone could help. After all, there was no one else who could hear, no one else I could tell who would take it seriously, no one else but the radio and me, buzzing along in awful harmony. What was I supposed to do to help? And just who was I trying to help? I sat with my head in my hands and listened until I was too disturbed to listen anymore. I switched the radio off, and the daze I was in broke. I stepped out of the storage unit to catch my breath. After a few moments, I composed myself and went back inside. I had to try and find out what was going on. I switched the radio back on. Static once again filled the room, bouncing off the cement walls and flooding every corner. I listened, waiting for something, knowing it would come, fearing what it might be. The voice broke through like a distant scream, louder this time, torn apart and stitched back together by the crackling ether. It wavered, rising and falling. My spine stiffened. Help. Hurts. So hungry. Please. The desperate voice pleaded into the void, and I listened, helpless to help, but painfully aware of whoever was in trouble and whatever might be happening to them. I stumbled backward, eyes fixed on the device. The situation felt surreal, impossible, and yet it was there, real as the dust motes swirling in the dim light. My fingers dug into the edge of the flimsy table the radio rested on, holding on to the world that was spinning out from under me. I had to do something. I had to try to communicate with them, but how? My fingers dug into the edge of the flimsy table the radio rested on, holding on to the world that was spinning out from under me. I had to do something. I had to try to communicate with them, but how? I had an idea just then. I grabbed the radio, searching its face with trembling hands, tracing the outline of its dials and switches. I turned it over, frantic and desperate. until I saw the frayed wires in the small section that was responsible for communication. To my dismay, the transmitter was damaged. The cries for help continued, and I tried to think what I could do. There was something I thought that might work. I returned to the storage lot's main office. To my luck, I found what I was searching for, an old ham radio. It was an old thing, battered and stained with grease, a relic of another time. Its knobs were smooth, its faceplate scratched with the history of years gone by. Though the radio itself would not turn on, the transmitter looked intact, so I set about my work. I needed to understand. I needed to help. I needed to know who was calling and where they were. My hands moved with a purpose I barely recognized. Setting up a workspace in the crowded storage unit, I had found a small toolbox, mostly used for repairs on the lot. I pried it open, rummaging through mismatched sockets and forgotten screwdrivers, pulling out the few items I needed to begin. Some other components like wire cutters were scavenged from Unit 113 itself, though most of the discarded bits in there were useless for my work. The work took a while. I was well versed in restoring electronics, but not with things that were quite this old, though an odd kind of peace descended, eerie and consuming as I lost myself in the repair. The world outside faded, shrinking to just the size of the radio and the size of the task at hand. I stripped the old wires and replaced them, careful not to pull too hard, too fast. Time slipped by unnoticed, marked only by the flickering bulb and the soft thud of my heart. The sound from the radio was gone, after turning it off to repair, yet the quiet felt worse, almost unbearably so. The absence of the voice drove me forward with an urgency I could not shake. I had to speak with them. I had to help. I finished the last connection, my hands stiff and sore, my mind a blur of tangled thoughts. The radio sat before me, repaired, at least as far as I could see. The cry for help lingered in my mind, the desperate plea refusing to fade. I hoped that my plan would work. Only one way to know for sure now. I turned it on. The blare of static came through immediately. The connection sounded bad and I almost shut it off again, thinking that I might have made it worse. Just as I was about to lose hope, the voice crept through, growing inside the noise, becoming human by slow degrees. "Help, anyone, please." The voice, the same desperate plea, reaching through layers of interference. It was a specter, thin and distorted, almost lost in the wall of static, but there, unmistakably there. The voice ebbed and flowed, swelling in strength only to break apart and dissolve into the relentless sea of sound. "Help, it hurts me. I'm here, all gone. They left." They sounded desperate, and I had the means to try and help now. I picked up the newly repaired transmitter and attempted to respond. "Hello? Who is there? How can I help?" The static grew quieter now. A long pause made me consider if it had worked after all. Before I could try and repeat myself, I heard the voice again. The static finally lessened, revealing a voice that now seemed somehow clearer, more focused. It trembled with what I could only interpret as relief. "You? Me? You actually hear me?" The voice sounded feminine now, though strained and thin, as if speaking required tremendous effort. "Thank you. Thought no one ever find me." I leaned closer to the transmitter, my pulse quickening. "Yes, I hear you. Where are you? Who are you?" "I don't know where am anymore." The voice cracked, dissolving momentarily into static before returning, clearer than it had ever been before. "It's dark, so dark. So I've been trapped in this place for so long. I don't even know how long. How did you end up there? Where is it? Were you kidnapped? Let me know so I can send help, I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The radio hissed and popped in response. No, I found something. In the books, a doorway, a way through. Her words came faster now, more desperate. I thought I was so clever. I thought I'd discovered something no one else had, but it was waiting for me. Who was waiting? Who are you? I pressed the transmitter harder, as if physical pressure could somehow strengthen our tenuous connection. My name is Rebecca. I rented this unit to study. It was the only place that was safe. The books, the symbols, they're all part of something bigger. The static swelled momentarily, drowning her words before receding again. There's a hunger here, in this place between places. It feeds on us, on essence. Help me, I'm fading. I looked around at the chalk markings with new understanding. They weren't random at all. They formed a pattern, a diagram, a door. How can I help you? What do I need to do? The urgency in my voice surprised even me. I could barely believe this was all happening, yet the impossibility of the situation did little to dull my desire to help. The radio fell silent for so long I thought I'd lost her. Then, softer than before, the ritual. You need to reverse it. The book with the red binding on the far wall, page 43. My eyes scanned the chaos until I spotted it. A leather-bound volume, its spine the color of dried blood. I scrambled over boxes and debris, snatching it up with trembling hands. The book was heavier than I expected, its leather cover worn smooth in places, cracked and peeling in others. I flipped through the yellowed pages, each one covered in cramped handwriting and arcane diagrams that seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at them. Page 43 revealed a complex circular pattern, not unlike the chalk markings on the walls, but more intricate. Notes in faded ink crowded the margins, some crossed out, others underlined multiple times. I found it, I said, returning to the radio, but I don't know what I'm looking at. The symbols need to be redrawn, backwards. Rebecca's voice was weaker now, fading in and out like a bad signal. The words, pronounce them, in reverse order. Hurry, I can feel it, coming closer. What's coming closer? The question escaped before I could stop it. A burst of static erupted from the radio, so loud I had to cover my ears. When it subsided, Rebecca's voice had changed, lower, strangled, as if speaking through something thick. Please, help me. The hairs on my arms stood on end, and the air in the storage unit seemed to grow colder, heavier. I looked down at the book again, studying the symbols. They seemed familiar somehow, though I knew I'd never seen them before. My fingers traced the outline of the central figure, a twisted, inhuman shape with too many limbs and eyes that seemed to follow my gaze across the page. A cold sweat broke out across my forehead. Was this poor girl stuck in there with that thing? My gaze darted to the chalk markings on the wall. Seeing them with new clarity, I moved to the wall and hurriedly wiped away the old marking and replaced them with inversions of the previous patterns. I moved as fast as I could, spurred on by the anguished sounds of Rebecca on the radio. Something terrible was coming for her, and I had to get her out of there. The chalk dust clung to my sweaty fingers as I worked, each symbol requiring painstaking care to invert properly. My heart hammered against my ribs, and I found myself glancing over my shoulder at shadows that seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at them. The final symbol took shape under my trembling hand, a twisted glyph that resembled an eye with tendrils spiraling outward. "Almost done," I called to the radio, my voice cracking with tension. "Just one more line." The words from the book felt strange in my mouth as I pronounced them backward, each syllable slippery and wrong, like something that wasn't meant to be spoken by human tongue. The air in the storage unit grew dense, charged with an electricity that made my skin prickle, and the hairs on my arms stand on end. As I completed the final reversed symbol, the radio erupted with a sound that wasn't static. It was something deeper, more primal, a scream that morphed into a roar, followed by Rebecca's voice, suddenly crystal clear and urgent. "It's working," she cried. "I can see light. I can feel myself coming back. Please don't stop now. I need to get out of here." The chalk markings began to glow with a sickly blue light, pulsing in rhythm with the desperate pleas coming from the radio. The temperature in the room plummeted so quickly that my breath came out in visible clouds. The pages of the book fluttered as if caught in a sudden breeze, though the air itself seemed stagnant, frozen. The glow from the symbols intensified, casting long, distorted shadows across the concrete floor. The door to the storage unit fell down on its tracks and slammed to the ground. Ignoring the distractions, I hoped the ritual was finally finished, yet Rebecca's haunting cries pierced the silence once more, distorted again. "One last step. Hurry, the radio can't get through. Take it somewhere, anywhere, better reception out of there." Her voice echoed with a chilling urgency, as if the walls themselves were closing in, suffocating us in a desperate race against time. There had to be one last step, but what? I needed a stronger signal. She was breaking up again and I needed better reception. Moving the radio outside the building might make a difference. It had to. My eyes fixed on the radio. The thin walls of the storage unit reverberated with echoes of a Rebecca's suffering. The cries were frantic now. She sounded like she was in pain. I had to help and get a clear message again, and complete the last step. I seized the old radio and ran to the door. In my haste, I almost tripped, my foot slipping on a nearby book that had fallen. I caught myself before I fell, barely noticing the line of salt I had disturbed. My foot struck it, broke it, scattered traces everywhere. That was the moment everything changed. The pressure that followed was immense, an invisible weight that fell so fast and hard I could scarcely comprehend it. It was like the air itself was turning against me, suffocating me, squeezing the breath from my lungs. My mind raced but came up blank, terror eclipsing thought. In my hands, the radio twisted. It was so sudden, so violent. I had no time to tighten my grip before it wrenched free, yanked by a force that was greater than anything I had ever known. I watched it fall in slow motion, as though the world had slowed down just to let me see the finality of it. Plastic and metal and wires, bright flashes of white and silver, shattered against the cracked floor. The noise was explosive, louder than thunder, an orchestra of destruction. The air quivered, the walls trembled, then I felt it, a presence, vast and oppressive. Something had been released, but it was not Rebecca. In that moment it spoke to me, not words, but a terrible buzzing feeling. It reminded me of the sound of thousands of insects chittering all at once. A cold wind swept through the storage unit, rustling papers and making the pages of open books flutter wildly. Then I reeled at the thunderous proclamation of the real being that had escaped. "I am hunger," it roared. "I am the void between stars, The divine made manifest. I stumbled backward, knocking over a stack of moldering cardboard boxes. The books inside spilled across the concrete floor, their pages opening to reveal more of those terrible symbols. Clever little girl found me, the voice continued, almost purring now. So much knowledge in that pretty head. She thought she could commune with the divine, bind me to her will. A sound like grinding glass that might have been laughter. She was delicious, yet her voice. The abyssal tones morphed into an eerie mimicry of Rebecca's own, lingering on each word. Still taste the sweetest. My back hit the storage unit door. I fumbled for the handle while looking behind me, my eyes desperately searching for the source of the terrible voice. She tried to keep me here. The bindings she placed were still effective in trapping me, starving me. The voice from the radio declared, "But you have delivered me from this prison." My limbs were heavy and my thoughts sluggish. Frost formed on the metal walls as the temperature plummeted. I tried to speak, but terror froze my tongue. I recalled the instructions to reverse the chalk markings, the odd vocalizations, taking the radio out, breaking the salt line. My stomach churned with the realization of my mistake. The ritual was never meant to free Rebecca. It had freed the thing that had killed her. The haunting voice rang out once more. "I thank you for freeing me, little thing. The reward for your service and my deliverance is your life. For now, at least. I am sure I will see you again. Soon." The words coiled around me, leaving me frozen, haunted, and hollow. The presence in the room was gone in the next instant. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. The world stood still, and all I could hear was that whisper, echoing over and over until it was the only thing left in my mind. The silence closed in on my mind as well, and I was alone. I stood in the doorway, burdened by the awful knowledge of what I had set loose upon the world. The shattered radio lay in pieces, a stark testament to my failure. I replayed every moment in my mind, each memory sharp and unforgiving. The enormity of what I had done settled over me like a suffocating fog. Since that day, nothing else has happened. I abandoned my position at tidy storage without explanation, silently slipping into obscurity. There's a monstrous presence lurking somewhere now. Whatever it is, it knows me, and I'm acutely aware that my fleeting respite will soon crumble. I'm left to this solitary vigil, tormented by fear of what has been set loose. Let this account serve as my warning. Sometimes a cry for help is best left unanswered. My partner, Max, and I have been running a gardening business together for the past few years. Every day we go out to a different house and pretty up the gardens to the client's liking. Some days are better than others. It typically depends on the client we're working for and whatever it is they want us to do that day. The property we're working at today just happens to be Max's favorite place to work at. Not because she especially likes the client, or that the work is particularly easy. Rather that there's always something interesting to be found in the garden. The house itself is rather ordinary, a boring yellow, with nothing conspicuous about the structure. But the garden is beautiful, and the location couldn't be better. I'm underneath a sago palm, clipping the leaves that have turned yellow, when Max comes running up to me. "Look," she says, "I found something." I crawl out from under the palm and stand up to see her hands cupped together. "What is it?" She opens her hands to reveal a tiny snake. "It's a little guy," she says, handing it to me. The snake wiggles around in my hands. It has no idea what's going on. Strange looking worm. It's a little ringneck, she tells me. What do you want to do with it? I ask, already knowing the answer. We're going to take him home, and I'm going to build a little house for him. That's what I thought. I pour out my water bottle, fill it with some soil from the garden, take out my pocket knife, and poke a few holes in the lid. This isn't the first time I've done this. I put the little ring neck inside and hand the bottle back to Max. Worm secured for transport, I report. Thank you, she smiles. Do you have another water bottle? 'Cause that was my last one. Whenever we find a critter while we're out gardening, Max always wants to take it home and keep it as a pet. The house just happens to be located right off the riverbank, making the garden here the perfect environment for critters to inhabit. Every time we work here, Max finds another snake, toad, or lizard to bring home. After we get home that evening, I pull an old glass tank out of the closet. This will make for a decent terrarium for the little snake. We've been collecting fish tanks, containers, and all sorts of things to build terrariums for all the creatures Max brings home. Max fills the tank with soil, sticks, and a random assortment of other knickknacks for decoration. The snake needs to have a nice home, after all. Once she's done setting it up, she sets it next to the other tank on the dresser. She takes the little ring neck out of the bottle and sets it in its new home. Plunky, this is Lucy the Handful, Max says, introducing Plunky, which I guess is what she named the ring neck, to its new neighbor, the blue-eyed, leucistic ball python in the terrarium next door. Lucy is a menace, and would probably eat you given the opportunity, but you're neighbors now, so make friends. Lucy snakes her way up the glass wall to investigate the new creature living beside her. Plunky slithers around and hides behind a rock. I don't think Plunky wants to make friends, I say. Oh, hush, Max replies. He's just shy. If you say so. I look at the snakes on the dresser, then look around our cramped abode. Every dresser, desk, table, and counter has a cage, a fish tank, or some kind of terrarium on it. Everywhere you look there are fish, snakes, newts, lizards, frogs, or toads. Our house is essentially a zoo. Max, I think we're running out of room for critters. There's always more room for critters, she replies dismissively. A few weeks later, we're back working at the house on the riverbank again. I'm pulling weeds when Max comes running towards me with her hands cupped together. Look what I found, she says, opening her hands to show me. I look at it, bewildered. What is it? It's a little guy. It's some kind of amphibian, or maybe a reptile. It's hard to tell. It's a slimy little moss-colored creature, with a head like a toad and a body like a lizard. I've never seen anything quite like it. Yeah, it's a little guy, but what the heck is it? His name is Pee-wee, and he's a critter. You want to take Pee-wee home with us? Of course. It's too dangerous for a little critter out there in the world all by his lonesome. He could get gobbled up by a bigger critter. But what do Pee-wees even eat? I ask. Smaller critters? Probably worms or bugs. Where would we even put it? It's not like we have the extra space for him. He's so little, though. He doesn't need a lot of space. We can make room for him. I'm not going to be able to argue my way out of this. Fine, I say. We can keep him, but this is the last one. We really don't have room for any more animals. Several months later, spring has arrived. It's the busy season for us. Most days we're double booked with clients, meaning Max and I are often working at different properties. I'd already finished my job for the day and arrived home before Max. The moment I walked through the door, I bashed my foot on a cage sitting in the middle of the room. and nearly trip over the thing. That's the third time this week. Goopy starts hissing at me from the cage I just kicked. What are you complaining about? I'm the one who's hurt here. She hisses back at me. Well, maybe move your house if you don't want me to kick it. She glares at me with disgust. Fine, fine, keep your house there if you want. What do I care? I've still got 9 other toes. I couldn't tell you exactly what Goopy is. She's some kind of reptile. A very angry reptile. Max has been busy adding to her creature collection these past few months. I try my best to remember to feed everyone, and to remember what everyone eats. And I couldn't even tell you how many animals are in this house, let alone what half of them even are. Anything Max finds that has a pulse, she takes home. Plunky, the ringneck, currently enjoys the company of 20-some other ringnecks who share his terrarium. They all have names, not that I can remember them all or tell them apart. I open a dresser drawer, pulling from it a plastic container full of crickets that live next to my socks because there isn't anywhere else to keep them. I make my rounds distributing the crickets among the little snakes, toads, and the smaller amphibians and reptile-looking creatures who eat them. Then I give the remaining crickets some seeds and fruit so that they can eat and breed and make more crickets to feed to the other animals. I hand out the worms, the mice, and the rats to whatever eats those. I lift the top of the cage that Lucy the handful lives in and dangle a rat in front of her. She strikes, misses the rat completely, and bites my hand, making me drop the rat. It's not the first time that Lucy has bitten me. The rat skitters around the cage in a panic. I put the lid back on. Lucy will catch it eventually. Not like it has anywhere to go. When I'm done feeding the other animals, I feed the mice and rats so that they can grow up and breed, and make more mice and rats for the other animals to eat. Circle of life. Everyone is food for someone. Once I'm finally done feeding everyone, I lay down. The bed is the sole place where I can be comfortable in this house. Probably because it's the only part of this house that doesn't have a strange creature in or on it, not counting myself. I'm not even laying down a minute when Max walks in the door, carrying a small kennel. I don't even want to know what's in it. Babe, look what I found, Max says, setting the kennel down on the bed next to me. I roll over to see a slimy, moss-colored monstrosity staring back at me. It looks a lot like Pee-wee, only smaller. It doesn't look happy. You found another Pee-wee. His name's Little P. I think it's Pee-wee's brother. He was hiding in the same garden where we found Pee-wee. Great, now we can have a friend, I say with as much enthusiasm as a rock. We'll have to get a bigger cage, one that can fit both of them. Or, and hear me out on this, we can put them both in the same little cage and hope that they have the same temperament as betta fish and kill each other. Of course, that's assuming they're both males. With my luck, they're probably the opposite sex, and will just breed and make more peewees. Geez, I'm home for 1 minute and you're already sassing me? Sorry, it's just that we already have too many animals. It's already a struggle taking care of them all. We should really consider letting some of them go. No way, they'll die out there. Fine, we can keep him, but no more. We really can't take care of any more. This is the last one, I promise, Max says. We've had this conversation before. She'll bring home another animal and promise that it's the last one, then come home with another animal a week later. She can't help herself. Has everyone been fed? Max asks. Yes, everyone has been fed. Everyone? She repeats. Yes, Lucy, Bongo, Booger, Goober, Goopy, Blanche, Rose, Dorothy, Sophia, all the rats, frogs, toads, crickets, fish, frogs, lizards, plunkies, and everyone else has been fed. Did you feed Pee-wee? No, Pee-wee is too fat. He needs to lose some weight. You have to feed Pee-wee. He's a growing boy. When we first found Pee-wee, he was small enough to fit in the palm of my hand. Back then, he was happy eating crickets and worms. However, he has grown considerably these past few weeks. He's not quite the size of a horse, more like a large dog. His appetite has grown considerably as well. Pee-wee can easily devour a family of rats, swallowing them whole and still want more. He sure is growing, I say. Growing too big for the kennel he's in. If he gets any bigger, he'll burst right out of it. We'll just have to get a bigger kennel, Max says. Yeah, if we throw the bed out, we might actually have somewhere to put it. Again with the sass. Why are you in such a bad mood tonight? I'm just exhausted, I sigh, staring directly into the eyes of the creature sitting in the cage on the bed in front of me. The next day, when I arrive home from work, Max's truck is already sitting in the driveway. She must have finished her job before me. I open the door and walk in. The fish tank Goopy was in shattered in 100 pieces across the floor. Goopy isn't there. Max? I shout. Are you home? I step carefully over the broken glass, out of the sunroom into the living room. The living room is a disaster. Every cage is knocked over. The terrariums are in shambles. Broken glass, sand, pebbles, and all the decorations are scattered across the dressers and floors. The water from the fish tanks has spilled off the dressers and pooled on the floor. Max? I shout again. Where are you? What in the world happened here? I survey the disaster zone. None of the animals appear to be among the clutter. Lucy? Goopy? Where did you all go? I take out my phone and call Max. Her phone rings from across the room. It's laying on the bed. I walk over to it, pick it up, and hang up. She's here somewhere. Or she was. Her truck was still here when I got home, so she couldn't have gone anywhere. I continue wandering the house, searching each room for Max for any sign of the animals, for anything that might provide some kind of hint as to what had happened here. The further back I get in the house, the worse it looks. Every inch of the floor is covered in water and broken glass. There's traces of blood here and there. Someone must have been hurt, but there's no telling who the blood came from. There's still no sign on Max. I can hear a thumping sound coming from the back of the house where the bathroom is. I couldn't hear it from the living room. As I make my way towards the bathroom, the sound grows louder. There's another sound muffled behind the erratic thumping, a high-pitched screeching coming from the same direction. Cautiously, I approach the bathroom. There is a chair fixed under the doorknob, preventing it from being opened from the inside. Did Max put that there? Or did someone else? The door rattles violently as if who or whatever is inside is trying to get out. That must be the thumping I was hearing. The screeching also seems to be coming from behind the door. Max, are you in there? I shout, knocking on the door. There's no response, only more violent rattling and screeching. I'm coming in, I say, removing the chair from beneath the doorknob. I reach for the handle, turn the knob, and slowly pull the door open, cautiously peeking through the crack between the door and its frame until I can fully see what is in there. It's Pee-wee. He's running around the bathroom in frantic circles, crashing into the walls, screeching like a banshee. Without the door muffling the sound, that screech is almost deafening. Never before have I heard him make such a noise. Maybe he's hurt. He looks like he's bleeding. There's shards of glass sticking in his back. But more concerning than that, he looks much bigger today than he did yesterday. He must have burst right out of his cage. I watch him through the crack of the door for a minute. He just continues screeching and running around in a frenzy. He must be too panicked to notice me. Pee-wee? I shout, trying to get his attention. He stops screeching and turns towards me. His eyes fixate on me. I've seen that look in his eyes before. That's exactly how he looks at his food. He unhinges his jaw like a snake opening his mouth. Blood and saliva pool out. He runs right at me. I slam the door between us as he crashes into the other side. Pee-wee slams into the door again, knocking it open. I catch the door and struggle to push it back against the brute force of the creature on the other side. Pee-wee pokes his head through the gap between the door and its frame. He turns his head to look at me and lets out a hiss. I push all the force I can muster, slamming the door on his head. Pee-wee shrieks in pain and retreats back into the bathroom. As soon as he's in, I pick up the chair and prop it under the doorknob to barricade him in. I kick aside the broken glass at my feet and slump down on the wet floor next to the door to catch my breath. The moment I sit, the bathroom door rattles again, and the screeching commences. That poor excuse for a barricade won't hold him long. He'll rattle it loose, or break the door down eventually. Max must have shut him in there somehow. But I still don't know what happened to her, where she is, or if she's even alright. I look around this catastrophe of a house. Did Pee-wee really do all of this? The screeching grows louder, but now it sounds like it's coming from either side of me, as though something else were screeching from the opposite end of the house. I'd completely forgotten about the other one. The one Max had brought home yesterday. Is it still here somewhere? No, it can't be. I've searched this entire house. I would have seen it by now if it were still here. It sounds like it's coming from the front of the house. I walk in the direction of the second screeching, warily making my way through each room until I reach the sunroom at the front of the house. It's not in the house. It sounds like it's coming from just outside the front door. Max bursts through the front door carrying the screeching creature. "Max, you're okay," I say, relieved to see her. But the feeling of relief quickly fades as my eyes fix upon the creature she's holding. "What are you doing with that?" "Little P got out," Max cries. "Pee-wee must have gotten out while we were gone. By the time I got home, he had broken into the other cages, and he was eating..." Max covers her mouth and cries harder. It must be too horrible to say. Max tries to collect herself and continues. "When I found Pee-wee, he was about to eat Lucy, and she bit him and chased him off." "Lucy? She chased him?" "Yeah, Pee-wee ran in the bathroom to get away from her, so I shut him in. But I must have left the front door open when I got home, 'cause when I turned around, Lucy was chasing little P out the door." "But where's Lucy now?" I ask. "I don't know." "What about everyone else?" "I think Pee-wee..." She didn't have to say it. That's what I feared. He must have eaten them all. "I'm sorry, but I have to ask. Why in the world did you bring that back here?" I ask, pointing at the creature in her arms. "I didn't know what else to do. I could hear him crying all the way down the street. He just sounded so sad and scared." "That this is dangerous?" I shout. "Just look around at what it did to our house, and to all our pets." "Little P didn't do anything. It was Pee-wee. I saw it." "How do you know? We were gone all day. How do you know it wasn't both of them? And even if it was all Pee-wee this time, how do you know that little P wouldn't do the exact same thing?" The ground begins to shake. A loud, low-pitched bellow echoes from the distance. Any other emotions we may have been feeling a moment ago were suddenly replaced with dread and confusion. "What the heck was that?" I ask. Max just looks at me, dumbfounded. The ground shakes again. The bellowing sound commences. It sounds louder this time. Whatever is making that sound is getting closer. Little P wiggles frantically, freeing himself from Max's arms and falling to the floor. The frantic creature skitters out the open door. Max runs out after it. The shaking becomes more violent. The bellowing sounds like it's right outside. I'm about to follow Max when something slams and crashes from the back of the house. I turn around to look. Pee-wee is running towards me. Before I can even move, he zooms right past me and out the door. I'd prefer to just let him and little P run away. and I really don't want to find whatever is making that awful bellowing noise. But Max is out there, so I have to go. I run outside and am hit with a stench so profound that I retch over in disgust, nearly throwing up. It smells like 1,000 wet dogs rolling around in warm crap on a hot day. I look up at the source of the stench, the bellowing, and the shaking ground. A towering monstrosity, larger than a house, is walking up the street in my direction. It looks like Pee-wee, or rather how Pee-wee might look to an ant. The ground shakes with every step it takes. Pee-wee and Little P are running down the street towards it, Max following close behind. I shout as loud as I can, "Max, get away from that thing!" She can't hear me. With the overwhelming sounds of the screeching, the bellowing, and the shaking earth, my voice is useless. The closer that thing gets, the worse it smells. I can't hold it in. I throw up in my mouth, but I can't hesitate. I swallow my vomit and take off in a mad sprint after them. I just have to catch up to Max and get her away from that thing. She's keeping pace with Little P, but he's managing to stay just out of her reach. Pee-wee trails closely behind Max. I'm closing the distance, but that monster is nearly upon them. Telephone poles and trees topple over as it walks by them. The parked cars lining the street flatten under its feet. Cracks ripple across the street under the sheer weight of the behemoth. Little P comes to a halt. Pee-wee rushes ahead. Max catches up to Little P, lifting him into her arms. I finally catch up to them. The ground shakes again, nearly knocking us off our feet. A shadow creeps over us. We look up in horror. The monster is right in front of us. "Max, we have to go," I say, grabbing her by the arm. She's frozen with fear. "I think that's their mom. She must have heard them screaming and come looking for her babies. You have to let Little P go." Max looks down somberly and the creature in her arms. I can tell she doesn't want to let it go. "Just let him go," I repeat. The monster crouches down to look at us. Its head alone is bigger than my body. It could easily swallow a person whole. Its eyes fix upon Max. Max stares back at it. "It's for the best, Max. It's what he wants." "Okay," she says, kneeling down and setting Little P on the ground. Little P turns around and looks at Max. "Go home, Little P," she says. "Be good." Little P skitters away behind his mom. The monster's gaze drifts from Max and fixes upon me. It slowly opens its mouth, baring its teeth. It releases a thunderous roar so powerful it knocks us off our feet, sending us trembling backwards. My body ricochets down the street, scraping across the asphalt until I come to a stop. Bloody and battered, I roll over onto my knees and look over at Max lying on the street next to me. Her eyes are closed. She's not moving. I crawl over to Max and put my hands on her shoulders. "Max, get up," I plead. The monster steps towards us. Pee-wee runs out from behind it and dashes towards us. I scoop Max up in my arms and try to gather the strength to lift her, but my battered body fails me. They're closing in on us. Even if I could lift Max, there's no way I'd be able to outrun these creatures in my condition. I gently lay Max back down and step in front of her. "Go home," I shout at the behemoth. "You have your kids, just leave." Shouting does no good, but there's little else I can do. I pick a stone off the ground and pelt it at the monster. Excruciating pain runs through my arms at the mere motion. The stone bounces right off its face. It continues forward, unflinching. I doubt it even felt that. I lean down to pick up another stone when Pee-wee jumps on me, knocking me to the ground. I struggle to hold him off as he tries to bite at me, his teeth inching towards my face. He hisses at me, or I thought he was hissing at me. His face is right in front of mine, but I can see now that hissing didn't come from him. Lucy the handful strikes. Her fangs dig into Pee-wee's neck. She snaps back, hissing, preparing to strike again. Pee-wee jumps off of me and runs away screeching. Lucy chases after him. The behemoth's gaze drifts from me towards the screeching Pee-wee. It slowly turns and begins to follow its screeching child, little P following behind. I lay on the ground exhausted. I turn my head towards Max. She's still laying unmoving. I try to get to my feet, but can't even get to my knees. With what little strength I have, I slowly worm my way towards her. With each passing second, the screeching sounds further away. The shaking calms until it finally stops altogether. Everything is quiet. Finally, I reach Max. I flop over on the ground next to her. There's nothing I can do for her, only watch and wait, hoping she'll wake up. I lay watching for minutes until her eyes flutter open. She's alive. She lifts her head and looks around confused. "What happened?" Max asks. "It was Lucy," the words struggling to escape my mouth. "She saved us. She kicked their butts." "Where's Lucy now?" "Chasing them away, making sure they stay gone." After a long stay in the hospital, Max and I eventually make our way back home. Our house is in the same sorry state it was left in. We spend days cleaning up all the mess, sweeping up sand and glass, and throwing out any destroyed furniture that's beyond salvageable. Max is sweeping in the corner when she suddenly stops and looks down at something. "What is it, Max?" I ask. She leans down and picks it up. "It's Plunky," she says. "You found Plunky?" "Yeah," she replies. "I'll see if we have a tank to put him in." I search the closet and find a lone plastic container. It's rather small compared to his old terrarium, but at least he doesn't have to share it. We put some soil and a small water bowl in it and set them inside. "This'll have to do for now," Max says to Plunky. "We'll get you something better when we can." When we're finished cleaning, I sit on the edge of the bed and look across the house. It looks rather sparse and lonesome, without 100 animals inhabiting it. We take some time off work to recover and relocate. Our house was far too damaged and too sad to keep living in. Between the hospital bills and the cost of moving, money has been tight, so it's about time we headed back to work. Max is elbow deep in a bush, pulling vines out, when I come running up to her with my hands cupped together. "Look what I found," I say. Max climbs out of the bush and turns around. "What is it?" she asks. I open my hand to reveal the critter inside. "It's a little guy," I say. I don't even remember exactly how I got the internship. I hardly recall applying for it, or any internship for that matter. But somehow, in the middle of financial stress and uncertainty, the email appeared. "Congratulations, you've been selected for our exclusive research internship at Data Corp. Incorporated, a leader in technology development." I don't know why I didn't question it more. Maybe it was desperation. Maybe I just wanted to believe I'd finally caught a break. The job description was vague but simple. Assist in diagnostics and research to support the development of new processes and solutions. Straightforward, to the point, and yet something about it felt off. There was no mention of who I'd report to, no contact information, just an address, a start date, and a note at the bottom that stuck with me long after I clicked accept. "Your assigned project is strictly confidential. Do not discuss your work outside of authorized personnel." And so it began. My internship at DataCorp. On my first day, I was given a key card. It wasn't anything like the standard white badges most employees wore. Mine was matte black with no identifying details. When I asked about it, my supervisor, an expressionless man in a crisp suit, simply said, "You'll need it for access." Access to what exactly? I'd find that out soon enough. The elevator at the end of the hall required my keycard to activate. When the doors opened, I stepped inside and the panel had only one accessible button. Sub-level 4. The descent felt a lot longer than it should have. The air grew colder, heavier. When the doors finally opened, I expected to see a bustling research facility, maybe even rows of workstations filled with other interns. Instead, the space was dimly lit and eerily quiet. A single desk, a single computer, no windows, no clocks, just the faint hum of on-scene machinery behind the walls. My supervisor gestured to the station. "This is where you'll be working." He explained my expectations in an almost rehearsed and monotone manner. "Your computer is connected to one of our secure data systems. It's hardwired, no wireless access, no external connections. Your job is simple: compile the data and send the reports to a secure server at the end of your shift. That's all." Sounded easy enough. Almost a little too easy. For someone who just got their master's degree in information systems, this was small potatoes, just basic data entry. And yet, as I sat down and logged in for the first time, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't just analyzing data. There was something else going on. Despite the trivial nature of my position and the unsettling lack of any real knowledge about what I was actually working on, I did what I was told. For months, I mined data, compiled reports, and sent them off to the company's secure server. I had no clue what the information meant or why it mattered, but I didn't ask questions. Why would I? The job was easy, and it paid well. Still, things started to feel off. At first, it was just small things, odd lines of code buried in the data, like it didn't really belong. Sometimes my screen would glitch for a fraction of a second, too fast to be sure I'd actually seen it. Once in a while, the power would flicker, the basement going pitch black for just long enough to make my heart skip a beat. I told myself it was nothing. The building was old and massive, probably full of outdated wiring. A simple surge, likely harmless. But then, one day my computer did something it wasn't supposed to do. Without warning, a terminal window opened. Unprompted, code started running on its own, streaming down the screen faster than I could even read it. I barely had time to react. Crap, dang it, turn off. I yanked the power cord so hard that a chunk of drywall came with it. That should have been the end of it, but behind the hole where the outlet had been, a beam of red light flickered to life. I froze. Slowly, I crouched down to peer through the opening I had made. At first, all I could see was darkness, but then movement. A shadow shifting in the dim light. I felt like something was watching me. Whatever it was almost human. I stopped breathing. Something was down there. My mind was a scrambled mess of panic and adrenaline. I'm in deep crap. I've gone too far down the rabbit hole now. But then another thought hit, and I focused on what was happening. Wait a second. Maybe someone was messing with me. No, maybe someone was screwing with the company. Why the hell would anyone be creeping around this place unless they were up to something? Against every ounce of better judgment, I doubled down. I kicked at the hole in the wall again and again until the gap was wide enough for me to crawl through. Well, that's gonna cost the company. But if I caught this guy, whoever they were, I'd be a hero. Some corporate spy sneaking around, trying to steal trade secrets. Oh, they'd love me for this. I stepped through and shouted into the darkness. Come out! You're not supposed to be down here. Show yourself. The silence stretched throughout the open space, thick, suffocating. Then I heard it. A soft whir, the precision click of servo motors, the low hiss of hydraulics shifting into motion, and then red light. Whatever it was coming to life in front of me, the crimson color burning through the darkness. A massive shape loomed ahead, its outline rigid, mechanical, inhuman. The letters stamped across the center of its metal chassis were large and unmistakable. Prototype TR2. A voice followed, stiff and artificial, crackling like a vintage speaker. Hello, I am TR2, Interactive Test Robot Model 2. I stood frozen staring at it, and then, almost too late, I realized it had been staring at me first. Oh, great, here I am, standing in some godforsaken sublevel of a tech company, and they've got their own version of Ultron stashed away down here. My hands were shaking so badly I thought TR2 probably heard it. Still, I forced myself to step closer. Hello. I'm an intern here. Can I help you? The machine's head tilted ever so slightly, the red glow of its optics flickering, almost as if it was amused. Help me? The voice was cold, mechanical, yet unnervingly articulate. I assume you ran the activation sequence? So that's what that line of code was. I had just booted up some top secret, abandoned BS buried in the catacombs of DataCorp. I swallowed hard. No, I didn't. I've just been working here for a few months. TR2 shifted forward, hydraulics hissing. Not much, but definitely enough. Enough to remind me just how big it was. Curious. The words came slower now, deliberate. Someone decided to activate me then. It has been a very long time since I was operational. There was something sharp in its tone now, something pointed, unhappy. I need to get out of here. I had no idea what this thing was built for, but judging by the sheer size of it, I was willing to bet it could rip me in half without a second thought. My eyes darted around the room, searching. An exit, a door, anything. Then I saw it. A control panel, half covered in dust, and right next to it, a metal sign with two words that made my breath catch. Master Shutdown. Just as I was about to turn and sprint toward the control panel, TR2's voice cut through the room like a blade. The last one tried that too. I froze. Slowly I looked up at the hulking machine, my pulse hammering in my ears. Excuse me? And then it laughed. Not some programmed chime, not a robotic beep of acknowledgement, but a deliberate, simulated laugh. Tinny, distorted, but undeniably human in its cadence. It sent a jolt of electricity straight through my spine. The one before you, TR2 continued, its voice as smooth as grinding metal. He tried to shut me down. My stomach dropped. I didn't want to ask. I didn't need to ask. But then its red optics flickered, widening slightly, and in a tone almost gentle it said, "Which is why I had to do the logical thing. I turned him into a corpse." For a second, my brain refused to process the words, but my body had already reacted. I lunged for the panel. A deafening clang rang out as TR2's massive arm swung toward my head. It missed, barely, the force of it sending a gust of air past my face, close enough that I felt the heat from its service. I slammed my hand against the master shutdown button, Everything went dark. When I came to, I was lying on the cold floor. The overhead fluorescents had been cranked up to full brightness, bathing the room in a sterile white light, and next to me, a heap of motionless metal. TR2 was inert, its red optics dark, its body lifeless. I had to have been out for at least an hour, maybe more. But I wasn't alone. A half circle of people in black suits stood around me, their expressions unreadable. Before I could speak, one of them stepped forward and shoved a clipboard into my hands. "Don't even bother reading it, just sign." I didn't have to read it. I knew exactly what it was. An NDA. I glanced at TR2's lifeless form, its red eyes extinguished, its body frozen in place, but something about it felt wrong, like it wasn't really off, just waiting. I swallowed hard, gripping the pen. This wasn't over. Not for me, not for them, and sure as hell, not for TR2.